So, I made this channel because of my frustration with the MBTI. This thing. I've dabbled in personality types ever since I was in middle school. Websites like IDR Labs had famous examples of personality types. Other forums like Personality Cafe or the 16 Types, or even just Reddit, would have explanations and examples for how it all worked. But as a kid, I hit a snag. Let me show you. Let's say you're looking up Harry Potter MBTI, and you run into a chart like this. This is cute, right? You take your favorite characters from Harry Potter, you put them into the chart, and you get a personality type. That personality type also has a little custom blurb for what that personality type is. So you look on the chart, Albus Dumbledore, ENFJ. Hermione Granger, INTP. Harry Potter, ISTP. And then you can draw like interesting comparisons. For example, Harry Potter and Hermione Granger are both IXTPs. There might be some similarity in the way that they think, right? What does that mean? You know, what are we working with? Let's take a look at another chart. Now keep in mind, all I'm doing is just Googling Harry Potter MBTI and just pulling them from Google Images. This is the next chart. Right, so here we've got some toss-ups. Albus Dumbledore, ENTP, Hermione Granger, ESTJ, and Harry Potter, ISTJ. That's completely different, and the same characters get completely different descriptions. A fiercely independent and adventuresome Harry Potter becomes a dependable and traditional Harry Potter. Maybe we can pull up another chart and it'll ease things out. So in this chart, Albus Dumbledore is an INFJ, Hermione Granger is an ESTJ, and Harry Potter is an INFJ. So now Harry Potter is the same type as Albus Dumbledore. That doesn't seem right. Does it even seem right for Harry Potter to be as close to Hermione Granger as he's been? IXTP, XSTJ. Are Harry and Hermione really that close, psychologically? Maybe the problem is that we're relying on charts. Maybe if we go on Reddit, let's say, and look at some arguments, we can better understand what we're working with and figure this out. A deleted user wrote this argument 11 years ago. Seems like they're disagreeing with the first chart. Hermione Granger, INTP, nope, ISFJ. And instead of the typical descriptions, they're saying these phrases like Dom FE, secondary NE, Dom SI, secondary FE. Who do you believe? Is Hermione an INTP or an ISFJ? What even is an INTP or an ISFJ? And what reference can you trust when it seems like each one contradicts the other? This argument's from the third chart, and again, it's got these little terms. TI, low FE, TI Dom, inferior FE. And Opp here is arguing that Luna Lovegood and Severus Snape are the same personality type. Both INTP, same as Hermione was voted as earlier. That doesn't seem right to me. Luna Lovegood and Severus Snape being the same, right? It's kind of frustrating. Without a genuinely solid reference, it's hard to know what the types look like in practice and who ends up as what. And there's an elephant in the room here. With all of these seemingly inconsistent applications, maybe these terms don't mean anything at all. Maybe they're Barnum statements, which are just general enough to feel like they describe a person without describing much specifically at all. I'm gonna be honest with you, I know all of these terms. Like Dom SI, inferior FE. I know these terms and I've known them for years. And even though I understood the theory, it was difficult to know when and where to apply it, and to really disprove to myself that it wasn't just a bunch of Barnum statements. But I found something recently that piqued my interests. When you Google Harry Potter MBTI, a website shows up as the first result. It's called the Personality Database, and it wasn't around when I was interested in this stuff as a kid. It's got profiles for fictional characters, each of them containing hundreds, if not thousands of votes. Thousands of votes trying to figure out the 4-letter type of a character. And that's not all. It's also got people in the comments arguing and discussing about the type and its theory. And they're explaining and debating terms like dominant SI or inferior FI. And through this, you can get a sense of scale. For example, Hermione's got 3,481 votes for her 4-letter type. Of those votes, only 43 of them are for INTP. That's barely an option, making up a little over 1% of the vote. Meanwhile, ESTJ has 2,139 votes and ISTJ has 1,024 votes. Combined, that's a little over 90% of the entire vote, which is a lot more agreement than just 1%. Before, ESTJ, ISTJ, and INTP seemed like equal options in equal charts. Now, if these votes are right, if they're onto something, it seems like XSTJ is a lot closer to what Hermione is than INTP. Now let's take a look at Harry Potter's votes. With 2,439 votes, there's a surprising amount of votes for ISFP. With 2,102 votes, ISFP makes up like a little over 86% of all the votes. With Hermione, there was a split between ESTJ and ISTJ, but with Harry, most people agree on ISFP. That's surprising. Thousands of people coming together in agreement on something as obscure as personality types. Now, I'm also a bit of a fan of statistics. When I saw these votes, I thought to myself, hey, that kind of looks like the Pareto distribution. Or basically a power law distribution, where 80% of the distribution is clumped up in one big hill, and the other 20% is sort of scattered across the other 80%. It's this very sort of stark shape. This is a power law distribution from Wikipedia, and this is Harry Potter's results put on their side. And this got me thinking. If Harry Potter can be voted over 80% ISFP by thousands of people, maybe he's a good example of an ISFP. Maybe these power law distributions can act as references. After all, my logic is, if people disagreed in a substantive way, they would vote, and then that would show up in the chart as a way to contradict the majority. If one option can get over 80% of the votes, it must be a pretty good option. Maybe we can use these fractions to help understand typology. Hence the Fractional Typology Project, or the FTP. Whenever an option gets over 80% of the votes, I call it a consensus. There are also tiers of consensus that I'll be using in the FTP. Some consensuses are better than others. Hopefully I do a good job explaining this. So all 4 of these tiers have one option that has over 80% of the votes. For example, going back to Harry Potter, ISFP had over 80% of the votes, a little over 86% to be precise. But what about all the options that aren't ISFP? Depending on how many of those other options or alternatives are over 5%, that determines the tier of the consensus. So going back to Harry Potter, ISFP has over 80% of the votes, but ISTP has 5.08% of the votes. Since that's over 5%, there's an alternative to the consensus of 80% for ISFP, and that alternative is ISTP at over 5%. Now, none of the other vote options are over 5%, meaning that Harry Potter is a silver tier consensus. It has one option over 80% and one option over 5%. meaning that there's a sizable minority of people that thinks that the type for Harry is ISTP instead of ISFP. That makes ISTP an alternative. Since that's the only other option that has 5% of the votes or more, that makes Harry Potter a silver tier ISFP. Because while one option, ISFP, has over 80% of the votes, another option, ISTP, has over 5% of the votes. So just to review, gold tier means one option over 80% and no alternative over 5%. Silver tier means one option over 80% and one option, one alternative, over 5%. Bronze tier means one option over 80% and two alternatives, also over 5%. And scrap tier means one option over 80% and three or more options over 5%. Now, it isn't mathematically possible for one option to have equal to or over 80% and also have more than 4 alternatives. So like scrap tier is like 3 or 4 alternatives. With these last 3 terms, you should get most of my jargon as far as types are concerned. Ghost means 30 votes or less. On obscure profiles or obscure typology systems, there isn't as much community interest, and so there isn't as many votes. The sample size of 30 is more of a thing with normal distributions than power law distributions, but either way, it's a good benchmark to say, hey, there's not a lot of attention on this profile, and because of that, the votes could change in the future. Majority means a vote didn't get enough votes to become consensus, but it was still the pick by most of the community. This doesn't necessarily mean anything. Sometimes the community and majority is wrong, and sometimes the minority is the one that has the better take, but nonetheless, it's still a good term to use. Finally, paper means my personal opinion. Unlike the hard metal that is formed from thousands of votes of multiple users, paper is just what I think. It doesn't really have backing, and it's up to you how much backing you give it. Sometimes I'll agree with the votes in majority or even consensus, sometimes I won't. My videos will function as arguments for why a character is or isn't a certain type. And I'll be making a lot of playlists so that if you want to look through any particular term, you're able to. If you want to look at ghost gold tiers or silver tiers and my paper takes, if you want to look at, just combining different playlists, so that if these references are effective, you can use them to better your insight about typology and whether or not it sucks. Okay, so what is the Fractional Typology project? What am I doing here? Let me give a sample of what I'm trying to do. Hermione Granger. These are Hermione Granger's Enneagram votes. Enneagram being one of the 10 systems used on Personality Database. For Hermione's Enneagram votes, the top voted option, One Wing 2, has over 80% of the votes. The second highest option is below 5%. This means that one option, One Wing 2, has over 80% of the votes, and no other option is over 5%, aka there are no other alternatives. In the terms established in the previous part, that means that Hermione Granger is a gold tier One Wing 2. This supposedly makes Hermione a good example to learn from if you're trying to learn what a One Wing 2 is. I'll explain this in more detail in the Enneagram section, but basically One Wing 2 means core 1 with a 2 wing. A core 1 is someone focused on order and perfection, striving to make the world better. And with a 2 wing, that one becomes focused on external perfection. That's contrasted with a 9-wing that funnels that perfectionism in a colder, more introverted way. Now, someone who strives for external perfection, you look at the portrayal of Hermione Granger in the movies, and it's hard to imagine a better example, honestly. So what do I mean by calling Hermione a 1-wing 2? Here's what I think I mean. Hermione as a character has a nature. Underneath Hermione is a consistent characterization of what Hermione is, what the writers have designed her to be. This consistency can change over time depending on the writers and their intentions. But for most characters, there's a consistency underneath, a territory. And a personality type is a map, a general map and a tool that tries to help you navigate that territory. By using the map of 1-wing 2, we can better describe and then connect to Hermione's need for external order and perfection. And by better understanding the nature through these types, we can better understand their interactions from their intentions in nature. So as an example, why does Hermione point out the dirt on Ron's face during their first meeting? Through type and its implications on nature, you might interpret that Hermione has a need for external perfection. That's not Ron's priority, though. Ron in that first interaction is enjoying a wealth of sweets that he's probably never had access to in his entire life. But the messy way he's engaging with those sweets messes with Hermione's need for orderliness and external perfection. In order to fill that need, she interacts with Ron in a way that might make the external world a little more orderly, because that is her comfort, at least according to the Enneagram. And I think this kind of interpretation and analysis is potentially insightful. If type on some level can be used to get in at nature, then the seemingly confusing actions of other people can be better understood. And by better understanding the actions and motivations of others, we can better resolve conflicts and move together towards our mutual needs. We could better design our social systems to better accommodate to the individuals inside of them, instead of one-size-fits-all systems that say more about power dynamics than the truth of the individual. And potentially, a better understanding of one's own nature could lead to a better understanding of one's own strengths, one's own flaws, how to best address those flaws, and how to best self-actualize into the best version of who you want to be, as possible as that is in our societal frameworks. Of course, I want to deliver a heavy disclaimer. None of this is science. None of it is scientific. I don't have like a shred of evidence to say that any of this is real or legitimate. This is a media interpretation project. And it's interpreting that media through an array of unproven pseudosciences. Now, does it not being scientific make it wrong? Not necessarily. The insights of Shakespeare or Dostoevsky aren't scientific. Neither are the works of Carl Jung or Joseph Campbell. But it does make it fallible. Very fallible. As I see it, there are 4 ways that I could slip up trying to analyze or interpret media. The first is representation. Is this fictional character a good enough reference of any level of psychological traits to like psychoanalyze? If I interpret media as being deeper than it is or more shallow than it is, I run the risk of misinterpreting the work before I even start. Let's take an example. The cabbage merchant from Avatar: The Last Airbender. I would define and interpret this character as a running gag character. The point of their character is to be obsessed with cabbages and to be upset when they're destroyed in a funny way. Now, there's some complexity in that that's worth analyzing. How does the simplicity of the cabbage merchant and his goals serve as a foil for the harebrained ideas and possibilities of Aang? How does the appearance of their commerce add a level of texture and realism to Avatar as a setting without actually dipping it into realism itself? These conversations are well and good, and also interesting, but they also rely on my effective interpretation of the character. While a character like Zuko is given a character arc and substantive relationships and development that I think is trying to express an underlying humanity, the cabbage merchant functions as a joke and a background character. And if they were anything more than that, they would have been more substantively incorporated into the plot, in my opinion. But again, that's my interpretation of the level of seriousness or depth of the representation. And my interpretations might be fallible in a way that causes me to under or overreach. I'll be attempting to discuss representation, give arguments for why I interpret things the way that I do, but none of that stops my interpretations from potentially being fallible. The second way that the FTP can be fallible is types themselves. The personality database uses 10 typing systems. One of them is the moral alignment system from Dungeons and Dragons. Aside from the big 5, the other 8 are basically pseudoscience. You've got the classic temperament system with its blood and bile and phlegm. Lots of derivatives from Carl Jung, who championed a psychoanalytic tradition that modern psychological science has actually moved away from. And honestly, I've got complaints and critiques for the Big 5, both on its use of the lexical hypothesis and its reliance on factor analysis. All of these systems are suspect, though some way more than others. Big 5 is still science, like that's, but that doesn't mean they can't be useful. But how useful? Types are a large part of how I'll try to get in at the nature of characters. They're a large part of what I want you, my audience, to walk away with as useful tools to navigate your personal life and your relationships with others. But if types aren't scientifically valid, then even if people can agree on what the terms mean, are they even deep enough or real enough to be useful? They seem to have validity to me, but I've spent years sort of entrenched in my bias about the potential idea of them. I want to use the FTP to explore the validity of these systems. But will I do so effectively enough to showcase anything? My reliance on them as a framework of language, as a map, might be too entrenched for me to really commentate on what's wrong with them. And that makes what I say about what types are and how effective they are fallible. It doesn't mean I'm wrong, but I don't have any scientific proof that I'm right. The third way that the FTP can be wrong is the interpretation or misinterpretation of nature. Let's say that Hermione was written in a deep enough and consistent enough way to properly psychoanalyze. Let's also say that One Wing 2 is an effective enough concept to effectively map a person, let alone a well-written fictional character. That being said, when I interpret Hermione, who's to say that I'm doing so properly? Art is subjective. People can have lots of different valid interpretations. If you subscribe to the death of the author, then authorial intent isn't the end-all be-all of meaning. I'd like to think when I interpret Hermione, that my interpretations of Hermione as having an internal need for external perfection says more about an effective interpretation of Hermione than it does a personal projection from me that says less about Hermione and more about my interpretive tendencies. The votes help to back me up in consensus examples, but I can't really know what all the voters mean, and in some cases the majority can be deeply wrong. Do I have any proof that my interpretations of Hermione's nature or any character's nature are truthful aside from my own confidence in me being right? That is the fallibility of interpretation. The fourth and final way that the FTP can be fallible is similar to the third, my interpretation or misinterpretation of interaction. Just like I can poorly interpret Hermione's nature, I can also poorly interpret her individual actions. I think my interpretation for why Hermione told Ron about the dirt on his nose was effective. But in media interpretation, how can I truly know? The effectiveness of the project relies heavily on the effectiveness of my interpretations. Will I properly track and understand the nuance that I'm trying to encapsulate? That's the question. And while I think my audience will track my explanations and try to see if they make sense, ultimately, how much can we know something that's subjective and up for interpretation? That's the fourth and final fallibility of the project. Okay, one last disclaimer before we get into the definitions. I don't know what types are. Like, there's supposed to be a map that gets in at what it means to be human. But we don't understand what it means to be human. So how do we fact check what the right map is? These definitions, the ones that I give in this video, are personal. They are the conclusion of my personal research. And because of that, they're also fallible and changeable. I might interpret the types differently after several videos dissecting them. I might redecide on character examples I used in this video, going against consensus in the future. The goal of this project is to refine better definitions and a better understanding of typology. That'll involve exploration, sometimes it'll involve critique. I'm not going to figure it out in one video. This video is not me having figured out typology or me making typology legitimate. These definitions are just a starting off point. But how good of a starting point are they? Let's count the consensuses. Okay, as you can see here, 195 different votes. And as you can see, 98.46% of the examples are gold or silver tier consensuses. That's basically 192 out of 195. Pretty good. I'm only using 2 examples that aren't consensus, that I personally believe in, and they're also majority votes. And 6 of those 195 votes are ghost votes, so that's about 3%. So honestly, not bad. I'm decently proud of this little selection of votes. I think that it's a pretty good reference for starting to understand these 10 systems, and I hope that you'll think so too. So first, a line in the sand, and a good thing to know starting out. The 4-letter system is not 16 personalities. 16 personalities is the most common and popular introduction to the 4-letter system. Its characters are celebrated with fan art. It's got a good aesthetic. It's visually pleasing, it's nice colors. But this system, which you can identify with the -A or -T flair, isn't the 4-letter system. To quote the 16 Personalities website on their Our Framework section, however, unlike Myers-Briggs or other theories based on the Jungian model, we have not incorporated Jungian concepts such as cognitive functions or their prioritization. Jungian concepts are very difficult to measure and validate scientifically, so we've instead chosen to rework and rebalance the dimensions of personality called the Big Five personality traits, a model that dominates modern psychological and social research. So what might seem on the surface to be the 4-letter typing system, based on the work of Myers, Briggs, and earlier than that, Carl Jung, is actually a Big Five derivative. Concepts like the cognitive functions and their prioritization are key for understanding how the personality database community interprets the 4-letter typing system. So, what are the cognitive functions and their prioritization? One last thing before I explain. This 4-letter system wasn't created by any individual in particular. Its origins are interestingly muddled. The cognitive functions are concepts from Myers and Briggs which were borrowed and misinterpreted from Carl Jung. And the prioritization bit was taken from someone named W. Harold Grant, which has become this thing in the typology community called the Grant stack. This was then consolidated by IDR Labs, discussion forums like Personality Cafe or even Reddit, and many key typology creators like Frank James, Nathan Glass, Michael Pierce, C.S. Joseph, and Dave Powers. It's all very modern. And that's going to be my prefix when talking about the 4-letter system. For example, one of the cognitive functions is extroverted intuition, which is abbreviated as NE. Uppercase N, lowercase e, N for intuition, E for extroverted. But there's actually 3 types of NE. One for the 4-letter system, one for Socionics, and one for classic Jungian. I'll be using modern to signify the 4-letter system. So this section will describe the modern cognitive functions as understood and described by a modern audience and discourse. Okay, so first, what are the modern cognitive functions? First, we need to understand the 2 classic Jungian dichotomies: intuition versus sensing, and thinking versus feeling. Carl Jung, back in 1920, described these as separate and opposing variables, which is an interesting framework to start with. Intuition is about abstraction, possibilities, and imagination, while sensing is about reality itself and hard experience. Thinking is about logic and reasoning, while feeling is about values and meaning. So, we take these 4 variables and we just add extroverted or introverted to each of them. And that makes 8 modern cognitive functions. Now, to help describe what these actually are, we need to divide them into 2 groups: perceiving and judging functions. Going back to intuition and sensing, these are about how you understand the world and the information in it. They're the way that you intake data, and therefore they're the way that you perceive. So these are the perceiving functions. Thinking and feeling, meanwhile, are how you make your judgments in terms of what you think is rational, what you think is true, what you think is worth caring about. So these are your judging functions. With the perceiving functions, aka intuition and sensing, aka NE, NI, SE, and SI, Introversion in that context means narrowing down. It's trying to find consistency between the information. Modern NI, or modern introverted intuition, tries to process and identify the patterns behind reality. Its conclusions clump into a synthesized, holistic whole. Meanwhile, modern SI, or modern introverted sensing, makes consistencies in reality through structure, routine, and habit. It attempts to order and organize sensory experience. Extroversion, meanwhile, when applied to the perceiving functions, means expanding possibilities. Modern NE, or modern extroverted intuition, explores abstract possibilities. Instead of narrowing in on a conclusion, it always wants to see what other possibilities there could be, what other answers would be compelling. It wants to seek out new possibilities and new answers. Instead of narrowing in on a conclusion, it always wants to see what other answers there might be, what other possibilities there could be to explore. Modern SE, or modern extroverted sensing, likewise wants to explore, but it wants to explore real-world sensory experiences. It takes life as is, in terms of raw experience, and it doesn't see abstract labels as necessary or even wanted. With the judging functions, aka thinking and feeling, aka TE, TI, FE, and FI, introversion means your own judgments. It's focused on how you, as an individual, make your judgments. Modern TI, or modern introverted thinking, is concerned with its own personal logic. It wants to figure things out in a way that makes sense to itself. Modern FI, or modern introverted feeling, is concerned with its own personal values and emotional experience. What it enjoys, what it believes in, is up to itself. Extroversion, when applied to judging functions, means concerned with the judgments of others. Modern TE, or modern extroverted thinking, is concerned with the logic of others. In contrast with modern TI that wants a more personal, nuanced understanding, modern TE is trying to pull from the net of everyone's logic, looking at what is broadly most effective and efficient. Modern FE, or modern extroverted feeling, is concerned with the opinions and values of others. There's attention on emotional harmony, on politeness, on group opinion, and the kinds of social ideals that ideally try to make everyone happy. So, okay, those are the 8 cognitive functions. How does that come back to interpreting someone's 4-letter type? Let's say Harry Potter is an ISFP. What do the cognitive functions have to do with that? Every 4-letter type is actually a stack of 4 cognitive functions, and the letters help you figure out what that stack is. But in order for us to interpret that, we need to talk about what an axis is. An axis is a set of 2 opposite cognitive functions. You can get an axis by taking a cognitive function, let's say modern NE, and switching it to its opposite. So the N you switch to an S, and the E you switch to an I. So NE becomes SI, and you have the NE-SI axis. Given that, there are 4 axes shown here. And really, while every 4-letter type is a combination of 4 cognitive functions, it's also a combination of 2 axes. So let's start with the first letter of the 4-letter type. The first letter is either I or E. If it's I, then the cognitive functions get stacked like this. If it's E, the cognitive functions get stacked like this. Basically, the first cognitive functions, introversion or extroversion, is the same as the first letter of the 4-letter type. And then they just like alternate from there. So since ISFP starts with an I, the first cognitive function starts with an I, and then they alternate I, E, I, E. If the first letter was E, then they would start with E and then go E, I, E, I. So now let's tackle the most complicated of the 4 letters, the J versus the P. This changes the priority of the types. In J types, they have 2 priorities, generally speaking. The judgments of others are more important than the judgments of themselves, and coming to consistency in terms of information is more important than exploring possibilities. With P types, it's the opposite. The judgments of themselves are more important than the judgments of others, and exploring possibilities is more important than the consistency in information. Given that, for J types, JE will be above JI, and PI will be above PE. But for P types, JI will be above JE, and PE will be above PI. So let's say you have an ISFP. You know that their cognitive function stack alternates from IE, IE. You also know that JI will be above JE and PE will be above PI. Now the only way to make the stack alternate like this, IE, IE, and for JI to be above JE and PE to be above PI, the only way that you can make all 3 of those happen is by arranging the cognitive functions like this, with 2 of them in the middle and 2 of them on top and bottom. 1 axis in the middle, 1 axis on top and bottom. That's difficult to remember, but so long as you remember that 1 axis needs to go in the middle and 1 axis needs to go in the top and bottom, they'll probably be easier to figure out. If it's still a struggle to figure them out, I will have all the cognitive function stacks listed in the example section of this video for the 4-letter type. Now, whether the 4-letter type says N or S determines which perceiving function is higher, and whether it says F or T determines which judging function is higher. So let's do an example. ISFP. Starting with the I, we know that it needs to alternate from I, E, I, E. Then because of the P at the end of the type, we know that JI needs to be above JE and PE needs to be above PI. The only way to make that happen while still alternating IE, IE is JI, PE, PI, and JE. Then we know that from the S, that the S needs to be above the N. So the S goes in the PE slot, and the N goes in the PI slot. We also know from the F that the F would go in the JI slot, and the T would go in the JE slot. That makes the full cognitive function stack for the ISFP FI, SE, NI, TE. I know that's a lot to remember, and it's definitely probably not intuitive, but again, I will have full stack examples in the example section. So what's the point of this stack? Well, the claim of the modern 4-letter system is that everyone uses the cognitive functions in their stack. The closer to the top a function is, the more you use it, and the closer to the bottom it is, the more you neglect it. Each of these positions has a name. The dominant function is your first function. It's the one you basically live in. It's the one that you engage with most of the time that you're doing almost anything. Auxiliary means the second function. It's a helper to the first and offers an opposing perspective. Tertiary means the third function. It's kind of like a second helper if the first helper's not working great, and some people seem to prefer their tertiary function over their auxiliary. Finally, inferior means the fourth function. It's overshadowed by the dominant function and neglected in a way that causes problems in your personal life. There's also some miscellaneous terms that get thrown around that are good to be aware of. One of those terms is a loop, or a dom-tert loop. This is a preference or tendency to use your dominant and tertiary functions together while ignoring your auxiliary, as if you're looping between your first and your third function. Some people consider this unhealthy. There was a Personality Cafe post that tried to link dominant tertiary loops to personality disorders. But other parts of the typology community would dismiss this. Regardless, it's a good term to know. Secondly, there's something called a grip. This is where you've neglected your inferior function and you're in a period of deep stress. And in order to cope with that stress, you lapse into a kind of uncharacteristic behavior for you that fits onto the inferior function and its description, almost as if the inferior function gripped you and your behavior. Finally, there's a concept borrowed from a different typing system that we're also going to cover in this video called Socionics. This was a borrowed concept called the vulnerable function, or the point of least resistance function, which in modern four-letter discourse has been called the blind spot. The blind spot function is a byproduct of taking your tertiary function and flipping its attitude, or its extroversion and introversion. So for example, an ISFP would have tertiary NI. You flip the attitude and you get NE, or blind spot NE. This implies that ISFPs like to have this sort of synthesized idea or goal about where they're going, and that makes them abstractly rigid in a way that might not want to entertain alternate abstract possibilities. Okay, that's a lot of information. Now we'll go ahead with the examples. We will start with the EXXPs. So, EXXPs have the following stack: PE, JI, JE, and PI. With dominant PE and inferior PI, EXXPs want to explore possibilities, and they don't want to settle down into consistency, abstractly or sensory-wise. In dominant NE types, or ENXPs, this shows itself as an avoidance of SI routine. There's an exploring of abstract possibilities, and they don't want to be narrowed down into any kind of commitment in the real world, preferring to stay in the world of possibilities and explore what they have to offer. In dominant SE types, ESXPs, there's a desire to live in the moment and to take life as is. However, with inferior NI, there isn't a lot of thought put into okay, what will that present living lead to? And because there's that lack of forethought, it can sometimes lead to reckless actions or impulsive behavior. EXXP's auxiliary function is JI, meaning that their helper with external possibilities is their own personal decision-making, either in thinking or feeling. In auxiliary FI types, EXFPs, value judgments are made about the world from your personal emotional perspective. This individual can lead morally with their FI values or pursue FI pleasures that are particular to them and their personal tastes. This is coupled with a tertiary TE that, when push comes to shove, can help the EXFP pursue their goal efficiently, helping them to lock in productively. With auxiliary TI types, EXTPs, the possibilities that they take in informationally are filtered through a subjective logic that tries to make sense of the world. That subjective logic, though, can sometimes cut into others in an uncomfortable way due to its directness. So that auxiliary TI is actually balanced with a tertiary FE that helps you to understand the emotions of others, communicate things more effectively, care for the people around them, and smooth things over emotionally when they're trying to get something done. With Aang from Avatar: The Last Airbender and his preference for possibilities, exploration, and the open, flexible symbolism of air, coupled with Kokichi Oma from Danganronpa V3's entertainment of lies in terms of abstract possibilities, and his love for discussion, both of them fit the idea of modern dominant NE. They also both hate to be trapped in boring, consistent routine, which fits onto inferior SI, giving them both the traits of ENXPs. Likewise, both Connie Springer from Attack on Titan and Revi from Black Lagoon both display a desire to live life in the moment to the fullest, without really considering what that might lead to in a broader, abstract way. That is dominant SE and inferior NI, meaning that both of them are ESXPs. Aang and Connie both have a preference for their personal values as well as an ability to lock in productively when the chips are down. That is auxiliary FI and tertiary TE, aka EXFP. Kokichi and Revi, meanwhile, both look at their situations skeptically through a subjective logic, while using FE enough to get by and care about the people that they care about. That is auxiliary TI and tertiary FE, making them both EXTPs. IXXPs have the following stack: JI, PE, PI, and JE. With dominant JI and inferior JE, the IXXP is immersed in their own perspective, which oftentimes the nuance of that perspective puts them at odds with the judgments of most people. In dominant TI types, or IXTPs, there's the primacy of their internal logical perspective that tries to make sense of the world to them. This is usually done in a skeptical way that's separate from the majority opinion. Due to inferior FE, not only is there a struggle to express themselves and their countering opinion in a socially appropriate way, there's also a struggle to connect to themselves emotionally. In dominant FI types, or IXFPs, there's an immersion and primacy in your personal subjective perspective. This might mean doing what you care about, or what you personally believe in, or just doing what you enjoy. With inferior TE, though, that also comes with a struggle to exert yourself and efficiently integrate yourself with the outside world. IXXP's auxiliary function is PE, meaning to help explore their personal perspective, they get an active filtering of new possibilities to give them new data. In auxiliary NE types, or INXPs, auxiliary NE helps give the type possibilities to help to flesh out their understanding of the world. This is usually done through a strong tertiary SI base of habits and routines so that the INXP can withstand sort of the flexibility that new possibilities would offer. In auxiliary SE types, new information, reality itself, is dealt with in a blunt and direct way. This is assisted by tertiary NI, which synthesizes from that information a larger goal or meaning to strive toward, and auxiliary SE adapts to that goal to pursue it effectively. In L from Death Note and Jim Hopper from Stranger Things, there's a skeptical tendency to figure out the world for themselves and a difficulty with what it means to play nice given the perspective that they understand. This skeptical tendency to understand the world is dominant TI, and the social difficulties that come with it is inferior FE. In Bocchi from Bocchi the Rock and Natsuki from Doki Doki Literature Club, there's a primacy in the individual's subjective feelings and opinions and preferences, but there's a difficulty with integrating those preferences with the outside world in an efficient way. This entrenched personal perspective is dominant FI, and that difficulty with effectively and efficiently integrating is inferior TE. Likewise, in L from Death Note and Bocchi from Bocchi the Rock, there's a tendency towards abstract thoughts and habits and routines, aka auxiliary NE and tertiary SI. And with Jim Hopper from Stranger Things and Natsuki from Doki Doki Literature Club, there is a blunt and straightforward attitude when it comes to the facts and how the world is, but also a goal-oriented nature that in an abstract sense knows what they want. The bluntness and receiving reality as is auxiliary SE, and the goal-oriented abstract nature is tertiary NI. EXXJs have the following stack: JE, PI, PE, and JI. In contrast to the IXXPs, who are buried in their personal perspective, EXXJs are buried in the perspectives of others, in terms of what other people want or need. With dominant TE types, EXTJs, there's a focus on what works for everyone, a broad focus on effectiveness and efficiency, even if that means cutting corners or not addressing individual nuance. In order to make it work, these types might take up leadership positions, trying to be the change they want to see in the world, maybe improve its effectiveness and efficiency overall. However, with inferior FI, how that personally affects them and how their own emotions or even the emotions of others work isn't an active consideration. With dominant FE types, EXFJs, there's an attention to how everyone is feeling. This means empathy for others and a care for social politeness. They want people to be happy, and they want to do what they feel is necessary to make that happen. However, what's best in an empathetic sense might not be fully thought through due to inferior TI. And this might lead to, in stress, an unnecessary level of self-criticality. EXXJ's auxiliary function is PI, meaning their helper to the thoughts and opinions of others is a consistency in that information, an overarching perspective to lead by. In auxiliary NI types, ENXJs, abstract perspectives are synthesized to give a general sense of how the world works, and that guiding perspective is used to figure out how to lead. To help not only feed that abstract perspective sensory data, but also to help carry out that perspective in the real world, tertiary SE helps to give that push. In auxiliary SI types, or ESXJs, consistency, rules, and discipline are set in stone to help guide towards the goals that JE wants to focus on. When the rigidity of those SI conclusions aren't enough to make things work, tertiary NE can help to provide new abstract possibilities of ways to make that more flexible. In Princess Bubblegum from Adventure Time and Dwight Schrute from The Office, there's a care for rational effectiveness and efficiency, while also a neglect for how that affects their personal values or the overall meaning. And that emotional struggle paired with that focus on effectiveness and efficiency is dominant TE and inferior FI. Meanwhile, in Mufasa from The Lion King and Molly Weasley from the Harry Potter movies, there's a focus on the emotional atmosphere and the ethical implications, what's for the good of the emotional care of everyone involved. And while this is done with the best of intentions, at times this might not be thoroughly thought through. That's dominant FE and inferior TI. In Princess Bubblegum from Adventure Time and Mufasa from The Lion King, overarching abstract perspectives are synthesized to figure out how to rule, and tertiary SE helps to not only gain new information, but also to figure out how to put those plans into action. That's auxiliary NI and tertiary SE. In Dwight Schrute from The Office and Molly Weasley from the Harry Potter movies, there's a focus on consistency, routine, and sensory structure, and when that's not effective, a counterbalance of abstract ideas to try to make it work. That's auxiliary SI and tertiary NE. And now, finally, this is the last stack of the four-letter types. This is the stack of the IXXJs: PI, JE, JI, and PE. With dominant PI at the top of the stack and inferior PE at the bottom, They want to organize information in a way that stays consistent because consistency and a sense of knowing what's going on is their personal comfort zone. With dominant NI types, or INXJs, there's a deep processing of abstract ideas. This process is difficult for INXJs to verbalize. Generally speaking, someone that's done this tries to gain a predictive sense of why things happen, and that sense of why things happen attempts to have predictive validity. That attempt at predictive validity can be difficult to explain and sometimes wrong. And instead of expressing their full opinion, which is difficult to do, they'll give little hints which turn into tidbits of wisdom about this sort of background perspective that they've accumulated that's hard to vocalize. However, this focus on this unifying abstract perspective can put them at odds with the little bits of sensory reality that contradict their overarching theories. With that, there can be a neglect for reality, which is inferior SE. With dominant SI types, or ISXJs, instead of trying to unify an abstract perspective, sensory reality itself is held consistent. Life is lived by the organized details that you can prove and repeat. There's a focus on repeatability, habit, and routine, which can come out as patience and self-discipline. However, this same tolerance with their own routines and procedures can also make them intolerant or afraid of outside perspectives. They might have a fear for the possibilities of what could go wrong with their sensory routines. This fear of the possible and struggle to adapt to abstract possibilities is inferior any. IXXJ's auxiliary function is JE, meaning that the helper to their consistent information is an ability to effectively integrate with the judgments of others, either in effectiveness or values. With auxiliary FE types, or IXFJs, there's an empathy and consideration for the emotions of others, and an effort to acquiesce to social norms and politeness. Underneath that, though, is a tertiary TI perspective that's trying to understand the world in its own rational way. There's then a struggle about how to address these conclusions in a way that is socially appropriate. With auxiliary TE types, IXTJs, there's a focus on effectiveness and efficiency, but that's also counterbalanced by a tertiary FI perspective that focuses on its wants, values, and what it believes in morally. And the struggle then becomes, how do you square the two, or is it even possible to square the two in multiple situations? In Beth Harmon from The Queen's Gambit and Remus Lupin from the Harry Potter movies, there's an unusual predictive intuition as to how people work and how the games we play work. But with that also is a detachment from reality that makes them better analysts and teachers than people actively involved in reality. That is dominant NI and inferior SE. In Marta Cabrera from Knives Out and Hank Hill from King of the Hill, there's a sense of comfort in what is routine and reliable. With that also comes a strong stability and discipline to perform in their environments, but also a fear of things getting out of control or too wild, and a general fear of unpredictability. This is dominant SI and inferior NE. In Marta Cabrera from Knives Out and Remus Lupin from the Harry Potter movies, there's a deep empathy for the people around them, wanting the best for them, even in a way that ends up hurting themselves. But also with that is a sharp mind, capable of critically analyzing situations and figuring out what's going on. That is auxiliary FE and tertiary TI. In Beth Harmon from The Queen's Gambit and Hank Hill from King of the Hill, there's a general, blunt sense on what works and what's efficient, but underneath that, deep down, a personal and vulnerable sense of what they want. That is auxiliary TE and tertiary FI. Okay, so the Enneagram is a collection of 9 types arranged in a circle. They're supposed to get in at your core motivations and fears. How it works is you get a core type and potentially a wing. This core type also gets a hypothetical growth path and a hypothetical stress path. You don't have to get a wing because technically your wings can be balanced, but generally speaking, a wing is added to your Enneagram to give it a little more nuance and flavor towards what your motivations are. For example, as a core 1, you have a desire for order and perfection. But with a 9 wing, that perfectionism is more introverted and directed more at yourself than at the outside world. Every core has 2 potential wings, which are based on what's to the left and to the right of the core type on the circle. So for example, on the left and right to Enneagram 1 is 2 and 9, meaning that 1 has a 2 wing and a 9 wing. You'd write this as 1 wing 2 or 1 wing 9. It would be nice if it was that simple, but unfortunately it is not, because there are also triads. Triads are bundles of 3 that different types fit into, and those 3 different types share an underlying trait. There are 4 different groups of triads: centers of intelligence, object relations, harmonic groups, and Hornevian groups. In the 4 of those groups, there are 3 triads each, for a total of 12 triads. For the centers of intelligence, you have the heart triad, the gut triad, and head triad. For the object relations group, you have the attachment triad, the rejection triad, and the frustration triad. For the harmonic groups, you have the competency triad, the reactive triad, and the positive triad. And lastly, for the Hornevian groups, you have the withdrawn triad, the assertive triad, and the compliant triad. And now I'll explain all the types with their wings, as well as with examples and triads and their growth and stress paths. Going into the triads for Enneagram 1 fits the following 4 triads: the competency triad, the compliant triad, the frustration triad, and the gut triad. This makes them compliant with social ideals, competent, or at least striving for competency in the face of their problems, frustrated in terms of getting what they want, and in terms of what they're based around, anger. Enneagram 1, due to being in the gut triad, is oriented around anger, specifically acting against that anger. They have an anger about how they think the world should be, and they want to strive towards ideals of perfection in order to make the world better in a way that tries to relieve that anger. They have an anger about how the world should be, specifically how it should be better, and they express that through ideals of order, perfection, and justice. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 1 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 7 and learn to enjoy life a bit more and settle their perfectionism even if the world isn't the way they want it to be. In stress, however, they can deeply long for the kind of perfection they don't see in the world, stressfully decaying towards Enneagram 4, spending their time deeply longing and suffering in negativity over the fact that the world isn't as perfect as they want it to be. Next to the 1 on the Enneagram is 9 and 2, giving 1 its wings. The 9, as a wing for the 1, focuses more on internal perfection, while the 2 wing tries to make the world outside of them more perfect. It's more outgoing. Both Hermione Granger from the Harry Potter movies and Raymond Holt from Brooklyn Nine-Nine are both Enneagram 1s. However, Raymond Holt is a 1-wing 9, giving him a focus on internal perfection first and foremost. Meanwhile, Hermione Granger is a 1-wing 2, giving her a focus on the perfection of the outside world. Going into the triads for Enneagram 2 fits the following 4 triads: the compliant triad, the rejection triad, the positivity triad, and the heart triad. This makes them compliant to social ideals, with an effort to stay positive in the face of their problems, a rejection of their own needs, kind of verbatim, and a focus through the heart triad on internal shame. An Enneagram 2 is oriented around their shame, specifically in acting against it. Supposedly, there's a deep inner shame about existing, about not being enough, just as is. To counter this, the Enneagram 2 tries to be better and be helpful as a way to earn the kind of approval that would counteract that shame and showcase to themselves and others that they are, in fact, enough. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 2 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 4, meaning they come to terms with expressing their needs and longing after the things that they deny themselves. They can, however, instead stressfully decay towards an 8, using forcefulness and aggression to get the affection and care that they desire. Next to the 2 on the Enneagram is the 1 and the 3, giving it its 2 wings. The 1 wing is focused on its principles and integrity, while the 3 wing is focused on a more outward sense of achievement and status. Both Bo Peep from the original Toy Story trilogy and Misa Amane from Death Note are both Enneagram 2s. However, Bo Peep is a 2-wing 1, giving her a preference for reliability, order, and composure, while Misa Amane is a 2-wing 3, given her inclinations towards fame and success. Going into the triads for the Enneagram 3, the Enneagram 3 has the following 4 triads: the assertive triad, the competency triad, the attachment triad, and the heart triad. This makes them socially assertive and outgoing, with a focus on competency in the face of their problems, adapting and attaching to society's needs, and, due to the heart triad, a focus on shame. An Enneagram 3 is oriented around their shame, specifically ignoring it. There's a deep inner shame inside of the Enneagram 3 about existing. There's a deep inner shame inside the Enneagram 3 about existing and about not being enough. To counter this, the Enneagram 3 ignores that the shame is even there and focuses on its opposite: acclaim and achievement. By striving to be the best and fulfilling their ambitions, they contradict the narrative of their shame while suppressing their emotions to do so. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 3 is supposed to grow towards the Enneagram 6 in learning to commit more to the people around them and to be more in touch with their emotions. They can, however, stressfully decay towards Enneagram 9, becoming further and further distanced from their emotions, living life in a kind of haze. Next to the 3 on the Enneagram is the 2 and the 4, giving it its 2 wings. The 2 wing is focused on pursuing success in a friendly and helpful way, while the 4 wing, 3-wing 4, is focused on longing for what they truly want, in a way that can at times be more negative. Both Princess Carolyn from BoJack Horseman as well as Patrick Bateman from American Psycho are Enneagram 3s. Princess Carolyn is a 3-wing 2, given her pursuit of success in a way that is friendly and kind and helpful to others. Patrick Bateman is a 3-wing 4, given his deep longing for a kind of normalcy and status that he will never achieve on Wall Street. Going into the triads for the Enneagram 4 has the following 4 triads: the withdrawn triad, the reactive triad, the frustration triad, and the heart triad. This makes them withdrawn from social contact, reactive emotionally in the face of their problems, frustrated in terms of getting their needs met, and due to the heart triad, an internal focus on shame. An Enneagram 4 is oriented around their shame, specifically confronting it directly. There's a deep inner shame about existing, about not being enough inside the Enneagram 4. To counter this, the Enneagram 4 faces it in full. They own up to it. They long to be the kind of individual, meaningfully so, that can be unique and special enough to stand up to their shame and be worth it regardless. They roll with that pain, living deeply in their suffering. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 4 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 1, taking their longing and pursuing a solution to it in a disciplined and principled way. They can, however, also stressfully decay toward Enneagram 2, trying to distance themselves from their shame through the validation of others. Next to the 4 on the Enneagram is 3 and 5, giving it its 2 wings. The 3 wing is focused on outward and external achievement, while the 5 wing is focused on deep introspection and inner answers. Both Ladybird from Ladybird and Jonathan Byers from Stranger Things are both Enneagram 4s. However, as a 4-wing 3, Ladybird goes out and addresses the world directly, trying to become something. Jonathan Byers, however, as a 4-wing 5, is deeply immersed in his introspection and emotions, and doesn't have as active or as outward of an approach as a 4-wing 3. Going into the triads for the Enneagram 5, these are the 4 triads. The withdrawn triad, the competency triad, the rejection triad, and the head triad. This makes them withdrawn from social contact, focused on competency in the face of their problems, rejecting their own needs by default, and due to the head triad, a focus on fear. An Enneagram 5 is oriented around their fear, specifically confronting it directly. There's a fear about the unknown, and a fear about the outside world, and the problems and challenges that it might potentially bring. To counter this, the 5 fixates on those problems and hoards information and develops solutions to try to get the best defense possible to face that reality. This creates a tendency to withdraw and to study information in an attempt to be competent enough to face the world and face their fears. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 5 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 8, learning to confront the world directly. They can, however, stressfully decay towards Enneagram 7, their ideas becoming scattered, avoidant, and potentially, possibly, schizophrenic. Next to the 5 on the Enneagram is the 4 and the 6, giving it its wings. The 4 wing gives the 5 a more longing, emotional, and at times artistic, philosophical quality, while the 6 makes them much more rational, pragmatic, security-driven, and problem-solving. Both Lane from Serial Experiments Lane and Sherlock Holmes from the Robert Downey Jr. Sherlock Holmes movies are Enneagram 5s. Lane's story, however, is focused on the philosophical themes of persona, perception, and existence. And Lane, as a 5-wing 4, is deeply embedded in these themes and actively asks questions about their nature. Sherlock Holmes, meanwhile, is a pragmatic problem solver, not only in how he solves his mysteries, but also how he gets out of scraps and fights. There's a pragmatic and arguably cold reasoning that addresses these problems and comes up with effective solutions. Going into the triads for the Enneagram 6, the Enneagram 6 has the following 4 triads: the compliant triad, the reactive triad, the attachment triad, and the head triad. This makes them compliant to social ideals, emotionally reactive in the face of their problems, adapting and attaching to society's needs, and based around, due to the head triad, fear. An Enneagram 6 is oriented around their fear, specifically ignoring it. There's a fear about the unknown, about the dangers of the external world. To counter this, the Enneagram 6 ignores that the fear is even there, focusing on its opposite, security. They try to stick to whatever will help reassure them in the face of their fear, and that can oscillate from their own personal thoughts to authority figures. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 6 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 9, finding peace in themselves and peace in the world. They can, however, stressfully decay toward an Enneagram 3, pursuing their security even at the harm and neglect of others. There's two main coping strategies that Enneagram 6s use to address their fears. One is to seek security away from their fears and try to ignore them or avoid them in a phobic way, or to try to run towards them and confidently and assertively face them in a counterphobic way. Next to the 6 on the Enneagram is 5 and 7, which are its wings. The 5 wing makes the 6 retreat into themselves and find security and answers from within, while the 7 wing makes them more outward, more social, and more loyal to their personal relationships, which is where they find their personal security. Finn from the new Star Wars movies, Levi Ackerman from Attack on Titan, Pomni from the amazing Digital Circus, and Glimmer from She-Ra and the Princesses of Power are all 4 Enneagram 6s. Levi Ackerman and Pomni are both 6-wing 5s. Instead of relying on their relationships for their security, push comes to shove, they tend to rely on themselves. Finn and Glimmer are both 6-wing 7s. They place deep trust in their relationships, and that's where they go for their personal security. Pomni and Finn are, in my opinion, phobic 6s. They try to seek security away from the conflict itself and try to avoid and seek security elsewhere. Levi Ackerman and Glimmer, however, are both, in my opinion, counterphobic 6s. So they try to assertively confront their problems and their fears head on. Going into the triads for the Enneagram 7 fits the following 4 triads: the assertive triad, the positive triad, the frustration triad, and the head triad. This makes them socially assertive and outgoing, positive in the face of their problems, frustrated in terms of getting what they need, and because of the head triad, oriented around their fear. An Enneagram 7 is oriented around their fear, specifically in acting against it. As you know, there's a fear about the outside world, about the unknown and its dangers. To counter this, the Type 7 tries to ignore that fear and pursue pleasures and curiosities from outside of that fear, hoping that the positivity itself will wash away the concerns. There's a sense of always running, jumping intellectually from one thing to the next in a way to run from the problems and the fears that you're trying to ignore. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 7 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 5, using their natural wit to effectively deal with their problems and learning to settle on what's wise instead of their personal, more tempting impulses. They can, however, also stressfully decay toward an Enneagram 1 and spend their time in a kind of counterproductive perfectionism. Next to the 7 on the Enneagram is the 6 and the 8, which gives it its 2 wings. The 6 wing gives them a focus on security and comfort, which generally tends to make them more gentle. The 8 wing gives the 7 a focus on force and power, which can give the 7 wing 8 a more brash, blunt, and sometimes aggressive quality. Dustin Henderson from Stranger Things and Captain Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean are both Enneagram 7s. Dustin Henderson is a 7 wing 6, given his caring nature, looking out for the security of himself and his friends, and cracking jokes along the way. Captain Jack Sparrow is a 7 wing 8. He's not only focused on his pleasure, but also his freedom, and he doesn't let anyone stand in the way between him and what he wants. Going into the triads for the Enneagram 8 has the following 4 triads: the assertive triad, the reactive triad, the rejection triad, and the gut triad. That makes them socially assertive and outgoing, emotionally reactive in the face of their problems, generally rejecting their own needs, and due to the gut triad, a focus around anger. An Enneagram 8 is oriented around anger, specifically confronting it directly. They recognize how the world should be better and the inherent injustice of it, and they say to themselves, I won't be a victim to it. I'll be tough enough so it won't be my problem or a problem for the people I care about. An 8 expresses their anger, getting in touch with what it'd mean to address their problems and put them straight directly. To do so in this toughened way, they also distance themselves from the vulnerability of their personal emotions. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 8 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 2, learning to express their needs and their care for other people and show that in kindness in their actions. They can, however, also stressfully decay toward Enneagram 5, withdrawing from both the world and their emotional vulnerability. Next to the 8 on the Enneagram is its 2 wings, 7 and 9. The 7 wing makes an 8 more focused on their freedom and enjoyment and how that can be maintained, while the 9 wing makes the 8 more focused on peace, their internal peace and how to keep that going. Vi from Arcane and Ymir from Attack on Titan are both Enneagram 8s. However, Vi has a strong desire for freedom and is willing to fight if it gets her closer to that goal. Ymir, meanwhile, sticks to herself, prioritizing her personal peace over unnecessary conflicts with others. Finally, the 4 triads for the Enneagram 9 are as follows: the withdrawn triad, the positivity triad, the attachment triad, and the gut triad. This makes them socially withdrawn, with a tendency to stay positive in the face of their problems, adapting to and attached to society's needs, and due to the gut triad, a focus around their anger. This makes them socially withdrawn, a tendency to stay positive in the face of their problems, adapting and attached to society's needs, and due to the gut triad, a focus on anger. An Enneagram 9 is oriented around their anger, specifically ignoring it. They recognize how the world is unjust and recognize how things suck, but instead of expressing or coming to terms with their anger, they suppress their anger and try to avoid conflict or friction in their environments. This suppression of their needs for the peace of themselves and others can cause problems in their personal life. Hypothetically, an Enneagram 9 is supposed to grow towards an Enneagram 3, learning to come to terms with their needs and pursue them in an effective and ambitious way. They can, however, instead stressfully decay towards an Enneagram 6, where instead of coming to terms with their emotions, they doubt their emotions, which can lead to further suppression. Next to the 9 on the Enneagram is the 8 and the 1, giving us our final 2 wings. The 8 wing makes the 9 more blunt when it comes to fulfilling their peace, while the 1 wing makes them more repressed and principled. Jeffrey, the dude Lebowski from The Big Lebowski, as well as Shoko Nishimiya from A Silent Voice, are both Enneagram 9s. However, the dude pursues his peace in a blunt quality, trying to directly stop the world from getting in the way of his peace. Shoko, however, sticks to her principles of being kind first and foremost in a way that lets her keep her peace. However, the dude, as a 9-wing 8, pursues his peace with a blunt quality, going out of his way to make sure people don't get in the way of his peace directly. Shoko, however, as a 9-wing 1, sticks to her principles of wanting to help people and be kind to people, and that helps her keep her internal peace. So, instinctual variant is an addition to the Enneagram system. It implies that there are 3 basic instincts: self-preservation, ensuring your material survival and success; social, caring about appearances and others on a broad scale; and sexual, caring about your deeper, intimate connections with other people. It then implies that for every core Enneagram, all 9 of them, there are 3 subtypes for each. So since there are 9 core Enneagrams, there are 27 instinctual variant subtypes, 3 for each core type. A type 1, for example, would be split into a social one, a self-preservation one, and a sexual one. Personality Database uses an instinctual variant stack system that includes 2 instinctual variants. I'll just be addressing the first instinctual variant in this video. Later, for understanding the differences between them, I'll be using Ocean Moonshine 1's blog for the instinctual variant stacks. This blog is actually the source that the Personality Database wiki uses for understanding the stacks. Lastly, for the instinctual variant subtypes, I'll be using the Instinctual Variant in Detail wiki pages that compile descriptions from figures like Ichazo, Naranjo, and Beatrice Chestnut. As discussed in the previous chapter, an Enneagram 1 is someone that represses their anger to try to come to ideals about justice and order, to try to make themselves or the world more perfect. A social 1 is a subtype that is rigid and unadaptable, that has the energy of a school teacher or aristocrat. Their anger is cold and professional, and they try to be a model of what they think people should be, serious and professional. The consensus example for a social 1 is James Rhodes, or War Machine, from the MCU. A self-preservation 1, meanwhile, actively worries about themselves not being perfect. Anger and its ideals are turned inward into a kind of anxiety for not meeting up to one's own high standards. Lots of internal pressure at being virtuous and lots of self-criticality. The consensus example for a self-preservation 1 is Eve from WALL-E. Finally, a sexual 1 is a subtype that has a zeal for external perfection. They have a kind of self-given entitlement to be the one that makes other people or the world perfect. Unlike in the other 2 subtypes, in this subtype, anger comes out comfortably and directly. And there's an active focus to make other people better, all based on that zeal for external perfection. The consensus example for a sexual 1 is the High Evolutionary from Guardians of the Galaxy 3. An Enneagram 2 is a type that, in the repression of their shame, tries to act in a way that will earn them acceptance, appreciation, and admiration, aka love. A social 2 is a subtype that tries to achieve that admiration through social climbing. They're savvy, politically intuitive, and of the 3 Enneagram 2 subtypes, they're the most intellectual. They find a way to integrate with systems of social status and leadership in a way that puts them in a role that people will appreciate. The consensus example of a social 2 is Bail Organa from the Star Wars universe. A self-preservation 2, in a way to look after their material needs, considers themselves entitled to affection. But they don't lead with this. Instead, they lead with caring acts and favors, expecting those kind acts to be reciprocated. They play innocent as a nurturing and kind person, care for other people in order to get that nurturing care reciprocated back to them, in order to be cared for. The consensus example for a self-preservation 2 is Nana Hachikomatsu from Nana. Lastly, a sexual 2 is a subtype that is aggressively obsessed with being loved to an intense and personal degree. They're penned as taking things very emotionally and passionately. They're also penned as hypersensitive, histrionic, and even anti-intellectual with how much they prioritize their feelings and their feelings alone. The consensus example for a sexual 2 is Yuno Gasai from Mirai Nikki. An Enneagram 3 is a type that, in the avoidance of their shame, distances themselves emotionally from that shame and accumulates achievement and success to counteract it. A social 3 is a subtype that wants to be socially perceived as successful. They want their achievements and their status to be front and center when it comes to how they're perceived and how people think about them. The consensus example for a social 3 is Squilliam Fancy Son III from SpongeBob SquarePants. A self-preservation 3, meanwhile, just wants to be successful. It doesn't matter who knows it. In fact, the less people that know, the more their success can be appreciated materially without the risk of people knowing about it. There's a focus on being the kind of productive and responsible individual that can earn their success. The consensus example of a self-preservation 3 is Cho Song-woo, or number 218, from Squid Game. Finally, a sexual 3 wants to be attractive and desired, and wants to be as successful as possible at doing so. They act as a chameleon to whatever is most helpful to be desired, striving competitively towards standards of beauty. The consensus example for a sexual 3 is Viktor Nikiforov from Yuri on Ice. An Enneagram 4 is a type that, in their dealings with their suffering, longs to find uniqueness in that suffering, as well as a place and meaning in the world. A social 4 is a subtype that feels lacking compared to everyone else, and then becomes attached to that suffering. In lamenting that, they want to take their struggles to fit, belong, or be enough, and to beautify it and make it something worthwhile. This want to beautify the suffering that they're attached to can come out in a way that is gentle, introspective, and, in a sense, romantic in an idealistic way. The consensus example for a social 4 is Kelsey from High School Musical. A self-preservation 4 is a subtype that swallows their pain stoically. The pain that a social 4 softens and beautifies, a self-preservation 4 hardens with masochistic and self-perfectionistic tendencies. They want to see how much suffering they themselves can handle as a matter of endurance. They self-demand themselves to handle the pain and to be enough to handle that pain. The consensus example for self-preservation 4 is actually, again, Jonathan Byers from Stranger Things. A sexual 4 takes the shame they feel and transforms it into a deep envy. They can be intense, competitive, and aggressive in order to prove themselves as enough and others as inferior. And that competitiveness helps them to compensate for the lack they feel internally. The consensus example for a sexual 4 is Tom Lucitor from Star vs. the Forces of Evil. An Enneagram 5 is a type that, in their dealings with their fear, spends their time hoarding information and developing strategies in a way to prepare themselves or become competent to face the world. A social 5 is a subtype that, in order to deal with the draining aspects of life, they intellectualize them. Emotions are distanced and analyzed and turned into ideals. The subtype tries to live an impactful and meaningful life in their own definition. They try to surround themselves with important people and distance themselves from the emotions and struggles of ordinary life. And this is done in an effort to be a totem for the ideals that they find meaningful, these intellectual ideals that they base their lives around. The consensus example for a social five is J. Robert Oppenheimer from the movie Oppenheimer. A self-preservation five's main goal is to withdraw to a place where they won't be bothered. As a goal, they try to do so emotionally as well, numbing themselves to the ability to care. They don't want to waste any resources, including emotionally. Their only goal is to survive on their own. The consensus example for a self-preservation five is Amori from Amori. A sexual five has a fragility in them, a fear of being swallowed. There's then this relationship with death tied to that fear of being swallowed that ties them to the past and makes them permanently nostalgic. This gives the sexual five a kind of sensitivity, emotionally, or at least in terms of fear. The sexual five then attempts to lose itself in beauty, not because it can intensely feel its presence, but because it can't stand in its sensitivity to live without the harmony that that beauty provides. Yet they're also afraid of the intimacy of that beauty due to that fear of being swallowed, which gives them a kind of on and off relationship with beauty, ideals, and what it would mean to be connected emotionally with other people or at all. The consensus example for a sexual five is Hannibal Lecter from The Silence of the Lambs. An Enneagram 6 is a type that, in their dealings with fear, try to forget that fear and seek security. A social 6 is a subtype that tries to cling to a sense of duty or authority that gives them a sense of certainty in the world. And that certainty helps them feel safe, knowing that they have an answer to give to the challenges of life, even if that answer might be too rigid for the complexities that life brings on. The consensus example for a social 6 is Susan Pevensie from the Chronicles of Narnia. A self-preservation 6 is a subtype that, in order to protect themselves, tries to live through kindness in a way that gives them allies, which in turn gives them more security. By treating even the people they're threatened by with kindness, they can use that kindness to eliminate the threat. The consensus example for a self-preservation 6 is Luca Paguro from Luca. Lastly, a sexual 6 is a subtype that counterphobically puts on a brave face and confronts their fear directly. The goal of this brave face is to portray strength well enough that it will actually protect them. They're deeply fearful, but they don't want to look like they are. They want to portray themselves as if they had nothing to worry about. The consensus example for a sexual 6 is Justin Foley from 13 Reasons Why. An Enneagram 7 is a type that, in their dealings with their fear, contradict it by focusing on the positives, staying in an enjoyable space. A social 7 is a theatrical and idealistic planner. They self-sacrifice their needs for the needs of others and try to prioritize everyone else's happiness all the way around in order to attain a kind of social validation that they're after for doing so. They want to be kind and self-sacrificing and idealistic, and they want others to know that for the social validation that it gives them. The consensus example for this is Phineas Flynn from Phineas and Ferb. A self-preservation 7, meanwhile, is focused on getting their needs met pragmatically. They are sly and skeptical, drier than their social 7 counterpart, and focused purely on getting their needs met their way. The consensus example for a self-preservation 7 is Kevin McAllister from the Home Alone series. A sexual 7 is a dreamer that is lost in their dreams. They beautify, making things grandiose and exaggerated in an explosive, passionate, and exhibitionist way. Head in the clouds, they can be oblivious and invasive in the pursuit of getting what they want. The consensus example for a sexual 7 is number 4, Klaus Hargreaves from the Umbrella Academy. An Enneagram 8 is a type that in their dealings with anger, they express it openly and assertively to get what they need for themselves and others. A social 8 has planted themselves inside of the psychological role of protector of the weak. And they view it as their responsibility to take care of people with less power than them. The consensus example for a social 8 is Poe Dameron from the new Star Wars movies. A self-preservation 8, meanwhile, plants themselves firmly in getting what they want. They are driven by satisfaction and how to exert themselves to obtain it. The consensus example for a self-preservation 8 is Toph Beifong from Avatar: The Last Airbender. A sexual 8 is intense, passionate, and deeply focused on their relationships. They want control over the people in their life and the world, however erratically they get or maintain it. The consensus example for a sexual 8 is Trevor Phillips from Grand Theft Auto 5. Finally, an Enneagram 9 is a type that in their dealings with anger strives to suppress that anger in order to maintain inner and social peace. A social 9 as a strategy to maintain that peace merges with a social group. They want to, in part, keep themselves busy with the work required to maintain that group in order to distance themselves from their personal feelings and personal struggles as a way to maintain their personal peace. The consensus example for a social 9 is Mobius M. Mobius from Loki. A self-preservation 9 would normally want what the self-preservation types usually want: material security. However, due to the distancing of Enneagram 9 from its own emotional needs, they lose awareness of what they actually want. Because of that distancing, the material success that they would normally want on its own becomes just a novelty to keep themselves preoccupied with in order to, again, continually distance from their inner world. The consensus example for a self-preservation 9 is Haruhi Fujioka from Oran High School Host Club. Finally, the sexual 9 wants to maintain their internal peace and reduce the friction of their needs, like all Enneagram 9s. In order to do this, the sexual 9 merges with a loved one, neglecting their own needs while caring for the needs of them. The consensus example of sexual 9 is Wally from Wally. Yeah, boy. Tritype is the idea from Catherine Fauver that you actually have 3 Enneagram types. These 3 Enneagram types then have a priority structure that's designated by the tritype. The number to the far left is the Enneagram that you use the most, aka your core Enneagram. It's just like your regular Enneagram type. The number in the middle is called your fix, and you also rely on it not as heavily as the first, but decently. The number at the end is the one that you rely on the least, the one to the right, but it's still there, just to a lesser extent than the first two. So for example, 783 is the tritype of a core Enneagram 7 that also has an 8 fix that they use decently, and also a 3 on the end that they use just not as much as the 8 and definitely not as much as their core 7. Due to this, people can actually display traits and behaviors from all 3 Enneagrams to some proportion. Now, for constructing a tritype, you're going to have one Enneagram from each center of intelligence, aka one Enneagram from the heart triad, one from the head triad, and one from the gut triad. So for example, in the 783 example, 7 is from the head triad, 8 is from the gut triad, and 3 is from the heart triad. Now, there are 162 different combinations of tritypes. My whole consensus model kind of relies on the fact that I'm working within like a limited frame that's like 16 possibilities or 18 possibilities. When you get 162 different answers, 80% of the votes are still going to line up in 20% of the possibilities, if there's any amount of conviction in like what a character is. But because there's so many, chances are it's not going to line up in one answer. It might line up in multiple. So in that case, how do we draw out a conclusion or consensus from data that definitely is shaped like a power law distribution, but doesn't seem to give a direct answer from just taking the top result and dividing it by the total? So with tritype, we have to do a bit more math. We're going to be looking at 3 different variables: triad, position, and presence. Triad refers to the triads touched on in the original Enneagram section. When we look at triads, we're trying to look at what triads do the votes seem to have in common. For example, if people are voting 4, 6, or 8 in the first position, we can generally conclude that they're voting on someone that's consensus emotionally reactive. Position refers to the position in the tritype: first position on the left, second position in the middle, and third position on the right. For example, how many votes of those 162 possibilities have 8 in the second position, or in the middle? Finally, presence has to do with how often something is voted at all in any position. For example, how often is Enneagram 7 voted in the first, second, and third position, aka how often does 7 show up in the votes? By looking at each of these variables, we can divide them into smaller categories that can better show us through a much larger data set where the community's head is at. Due to how much variety there is in terms of how people vote with tritype, as well as the kind of redundancy of the fact that it really just goes over the Enneagram stuff again, I don't have any consensus examples of specific tritypes to show you. However, I will and have taken 3 random examples from the Enneagram and Instinctual Variant sections to go over and sort of demonstrate as examples what we do with tritype. First, we got good old Hermione Granger. So looking at the top of Hermione's tritype votes, before we do any math, we can see that the main votes are between 163, 153, and 136. Now, we've already covered Hermione consistently as a gold tier 1 wing 2, so it's no surprise that all 3 of the most voted options, and a good bit of the options below them as well, place Hermione as 1 in the first position. The real debate of Hermione's Tritype votes is her fix in the middle, and the motives that come with it. For example, is Hermione pursuing second to perfection and orderliness? Is Hermione pursuing security as a 6 would, competency as a 5 would, or ambition and success as a 3 would? You can kind of see and make an argument, I think, for all 3, which is why they are heavily in debate. Okay, so starting with the positions, we know that Hermione is gold tier 1P1, or first position 1. And actually, this is a valuable cross-check. First position in the Tritype consensus can act as a cross-check for core Enneagram as a cross-check. Both of them, if there's real conviction across the community, should both agree in consensus as the same variable. 1 as the Enneagram consensus, and 1 as the first position Tritype consensus. Now, both of the other positions are in debate. Second position 6 has the highest vote support of the second position votes, but it's like barely over 50%. Third position 3 has higher support, having 74.31% of the vote, but it doesn't make consensus past the strong minority alternative vote of third position 6. Moving on to the triads, there's almost no conclusion to be made. Technically speaking, there's a second place, third position triad attachment consensus, meaning that the attachment triad, which is 3, 6, and 9, has a consensus in the third position. Why? Because people are voting 3 and 6. But unfortunately, since that's a triad in the third position, aka the weakest position on the Tritype, it doesn't really say much about Hermione, at least not in my opinion. With the presences, there's a lot more conclusions to be made. Obviously, because there's a first position 1 consensus, there's also a presence of 1 consensus. But interestingly enough, there's also a gold tier consensus on the presence of 3. There aren't enough votes for 2 or 4 to be a reliable alternative, meaning that for the heart triad, the community is convicted on Hermione having Tritype 3. The real debate then, other than position, is what Hermione's head triad is. And I will say, another variable that you get from measuring out these presences is that there is almost nobody voting Hermione as 7. The votes are almost 95% between 5 and 6, with very little and almost no support for Enneagram 7. So there you go. We can conclude about Hermione that Hermione is first position 1 gold tier, presence of 1 gold tier, presence of 3 gold tier, and a strong debate between 5 and 6 for the head triad. Next up, Kevin McAllister. With Kevin's Tritype votes, there is a consensus on first position 7 and presence of 7, a gold tier consensus. Kevin was actually our example as a consensus self-preservation 7 in the Instinctual Variant section. So it makes sense that they would also be a gold tier consensus for first position 7. Now, skipping ahead to presences, there's also a silver tier consensus for presence of 8, but it technically has an alternative of the presence of 9. And then in terms of the heart triad, there's a very strong vote in majority for the presence of 3, but there are also sizable alternatives in both the presence of 2 and the presence of 4. So no consensus in the heart triad, a silver tier consensus in the gut triad, and a gold tier consensus on Enneagram 7 in the head triad. Now, in the triads, there's also a silver tier consensus for the assertive triad, given the presence of 8 and 3 in the second position. This is contrasted, though, by an alternative of 9 in the second position, putting them potentially in the withdrawn triad. And one last thing about the triads, there is a third position silver tier consensus for the heart triad in the third position, meaning that shame, by the community's consensus and majority opinion, is like the last priority in terms of their tritype stack. Coupled with that, there is a very strong majority that is like so close to consensus, it's like 79%, that thinks that they have the gut triad in the middle, meaning that Kevin has a fix with his anger instead of his shame. But it's contrasted enough by alternative votes that it's not really considered as consensus. So generally speaking, the community thinks that aside from being a lead head type as a clear indication, that Kevin McAllister prioritizes his anger more than his shame in terms of the heart and the gut triad, but technically that's not a consensus for their fix, just a very strong majority opinion. Okay, last character, Misa Amane. So Misa Amane, as our Enneagram 2 Wing 3 in the Enneagram section, is again, surprise, surprise, not only gold tier present of 2, but gold tier first position 2 in the Tritype. Again, valuable cross-check between the Tritype and the Enneagram section. We do technically have another position consensus, a bronze tier consensus for second position 7. Technically above 80% for 7, but with a strong alternative for 6 and another strong alternative for 9. Segueing to presences, we actually do have silver tier consensuses for the presences across the board. Gold tier for the presence of 2, but silver tier with the presence of 7, with 6 as an alternative, and silver tier for the presence of 9 with 8 as an alternative. So an interesting thing with the math here, their presences are consensus for 2, 7, and 9. 2, 7, and 9 are all in the positivity triad. So you would think that technically they're consensus for triple positivity triad. And that kind of makes sense for Misa. You know, they're a generally positive person, but that's actually not true. In the math itself, voters tend to avoid voting Misa as triple triad positive. The way they do this is, generally speaking, if they vote Misa with 2 and 7, they'll slip in an 8. And also, generally speaking, if they vote 2 and 6, they'll slip in a 9. And that gives Misa a bit of an emotionally reactive edge. And that emotionally reactive narrative or consideration is enough of a popular interpretation in the votes that it stops them from being fully consensus, triple positive, triad consensus. So consensus in the votes for 2, 7, and 9, but consensus in the votes for Tritype 2, 7, 9, which is the combination of all 3, there's no consensus. It's just a strong majority vote that is outmatched by considerations like Tritype 2, 6, 9 or Tritype 2, 7, 8. So that's interesting to me because it lets you know that the community kind of sees in a strong enough alternative to, refute the consensus majority. They see some emotionally reactive edge to the way that Misa handles her problems and handles the world. Along with that train of thought, Misa is second position triad positive consensus and third position triad positive consensus, but they're both silver tier and they both have an alternative of reactive instead of positive. And again, just to be thorough with this triad conversation, generally speaking, the community sees a silver tier consensus in second position head triad, as well as a silver tier consensus in third position gut triad. Meaning that, generally speaking, though there is an alternative, by over 80%, the community thinks that Misa Amane's fear is more important in her considerations than her anger. Okay, so just going down the list with the rest of the triad consensuses, there is a second position silver tier consensus for triad frustration from the large presence of 7. This is contradicted by a triad attachment vote that's a combination of 6 and 9. There's also a second position bronze tier triad assertive consensus in terms of Misa's social style, but that has 2 alternatives for compliant for 6 and withdrawn for 9. Lastly, there is a bronze tier consensus for third position triad attachment, which is mostly from Enneagram 9, but it manages to get over 80% from just a little bit of 6. Like it's very much mostly 9, but just a little bit of 6. But that has 2 alternatives for frustration in Enneagram 7 and rejection in Enneagram 8. So tritypes are a lot. And we'll be talking about them in each video. But also they're just an extension of Enneagram. Everything covered from presences to influences to the triads all goes back to what was covered in the Enneagram section. Unlike the modern 4-letter interpretation, Socionics is a more straightforward derivative of Carl Jung's work. It was developed by Ausra Augusta, a Lithuanian sociologist. Since Augusta, there's been a lot of development and a lot of schools of thought in terms of how Socionics is interpreted. For simplicity and clarity's sake, the FTP will focus on classical Socionics or Model A. Which, that's just basically a fancy way of saying focusing on Ausra Augusta's original work. I'll be using WikiSocion, which is basically a community-led Socionics wiki, as a source to better understand the system. So the modern 4-letter system uses the Grant stack, which is a 4-function stack system. Model A is an 8-function stack system. Every type uses every cognitive function in some way, shape, or form. And unlike the Grant stack, where the stack functions to designate priority, most used at the top or least used at the bottom, in Model A, every function serves a different purpose depending on the position that it's in. It's not as simple as higher priority on top, lower priority on bottom. So what is Model A? Well, first of all, the cognitive functions, which are these 8 things that I covered in the 4-letter section, these are now called information elements. So when I talk about information elements, just know that I'm talking about the 8 cognitive functions. Anyway, a block is 2 information elements put together. And every type in Socionics is made up of 4 blocks. These 4 blocks are named after the Freudian concepts of id, ego, and superego. Specifically, you have the ego block, the superego block, the super-id block, and the id block. The ego block is the thing that you're naturally good at, and sort of the vehicle that you use to get in touch with and succeed against the world. The superego block, much like the concept of the Freudian superego, is a point of insecurity and judgment. It's a point that you don't excel at but wish you did, aka it's a sore spot. The super-id block refers to things that someone doesn't really do themselves, but appreciates when someone does for them or helps them with those things. And the id block is for things that you're naturally good at but don't care about. You find things in the id block boring, redundant, and unnecessary. Every type in Socionics has their information elements, the 8 cognitive functions, distributed into these 4 blocks with 2 information elements each. So for example, an ENFP in Socionics, which is similar to an ENFP in the 4-letter system, which is called IEE in Socionics, which we'll get to the weird names in a second. The ENFP in Socionics has socio-NE and socio-FI in their ego block. Notice the prefix socio. Unlike modern NE, socio-NE has a different meaning. Basically, every function from Socionics has a different meaning than its modern counterpart, and we'll define all of them here soon. Anyway, ENFP, or ENFP in the modern 4-letter system, or IEE in Socionics, has NE plus FI in its ego block, SE plus TI in its superego block, SI plus TE in its super-id block, and NI plus FE in its id block. So you take the first 2 functions, so for like ENFP, the first 2 functions are NE, FI, and you flip the perceiving and the judging. So NE, FI becomes SE, TI. Then you flip the introversion and extroversion, so SETI becomes SITE. Then you flip the perceiving and judging again to SITE to NIFE. So that's like complicated, but it's not that complicated once you kind of get used to what to flip. The name IEE stands for Intuitive Ethical Extrovert, which actually is a reference to the cognitive functions, or the information elements. The first and the third word describes the first information element, and the word in the middle, the second word, describes the second. So intuitive ethical extrovert means intuitive extrovert with ethical, which means extroverted intuition with feeling, which means NE plus F, which means NE plus FI. Now, we need to define the 8 cognitive functions, but in Socionics, aka the 8 information elements. We also need to define the 8 numbered positions inside of the 4 blocks and what each position in Model A does to its underlying function. So first, a bit of a recap. Modern NI synthesizes information over a wide array of potential subjects, leading to an overarching big conclusion that can sometimes be unadaptable or unwieldy. Socio-NI is more pragmatic, seeing patterns in day-to-day life. These patterns are then colored by what they're paired with, either socio-TE or socio-FE. Then modern NE focuses on possibilities that might evade broad trends or patterns that would be established by modern NI. Meanwhile, instead, socio-NE focuses on possibilities beyond what socio-NI might simply induct which gives it an idealistic and what-if quality. While modern SI is concerned with structure and routine and sensory organization, socio-SI is actually focused on what is comfortable and what is pleasurable in terms of nice sensory experiences. And while modern SE is more focused on raw sensory experience, socio-SE is more focused on power, conquest, force, and aggression. As a recap, modern FI is focused on the personal values and emotional exploration of the individual. Socio-FI is focused on an in-depth understanding of their relationships with others and how that relates to morality and a deeper sense of interpersonal values. Modern FEs focus on the emotions of others that involves politeness and acquiescing to social norms is supplanted by socio-FE's idea of the mood, an ability to effectively evoke positive or negative emotions out of other people. Modern TI is focused on a sense of subjective logic that makes sense to oneself. That's then replaced by socio-TI, which focuses on the development of rigid logical systems that attempt to explain the world as a whole. Modern TE's focus on the logical arguments and perspectives of others is supplanted by a focus on the facts. Socio-TE is concerned with objective, practical data in a way that's almost modern SE or modern SI-like. Socio-TE then uses that practical data to make measured, productive decisions. Okay, so those 8 information elements or socio-cognitive functions are then plugged into the 8 positions of the Model A stack system. Starting with the ego block, the first position is the base function. The base function is your primary function, and honestly, in that sense, it's very similar to the dominant function in the modern 4-letter framework. For example, someone with socio-TE base would make having objective and pragmatic data a number 1 priority for them in terms of interacting with the world and their personal life. The second position in Model A is the creative function. This is how you interact with the world. So your creative function helps to showcase your base function. For example, someone with socio-NI creative would use the patterns they identify and the goals in those patterns in conjunction with that pragmatic, practical socio-TE data to interact with the world. Someone with base TE and creative NI in the Socionics framework would be the equivalent of an ENTJ in the modern 4-letter framework, whose cognitive function stack is TE, NI, SE, FI. This is important for understanding the Socionics naming convention. In Socionics, thinking is renamed to logic, and feeling is renamed to ethics. So someone using extroverted thinking with intuition would be using extroverted logic with intuition, making them a logical, intuitive extrovert, or LIE, which is the term for ENTJ in the Socionics format. Moving on to the superego block, the third function would be the role function. This is a function that a type can dip into superficially and play as a role for a little bit, but due to the fact that the base function is their real preference, they can only do the role function for so long. So for example, an LIE has role FE, which means that they can play in the emotional atmosphere and evoke emotions in others a little bit, but it's kind of draining or straining to do, and they can only do it for so long. The fourth function in Model A is called the vulnerable function. You might remember this from the four-letter section, but this is the point of least resistance function, or the blind spot. It's the most difficult function in the entire stack for a type to use. They basically can't use it at all and struggle with the consequences of not being able to. With an LIE, they have vulnerable SI, meaning it's very difficult for them to relax and focus on their comfort. It's basically not a priority for them whatsoever. In the super id block, the fifth function in Model A is the suggestive function. This is the perfect complement to the base function. It's something that the type doesn't do, but really deeply appreciates when someone does for them. With an LIE, they have suggestive FI, meaning that they don't really put focus into their personal relationships and deeper emotional connections, and when someone helps them to, they really deeply appreciate it. The sixth function in Model A is the mobilizing function. This is also something that the type neglects and would like more of, but they can also be overwhelmed if given too much of it. It mobilizes them into using their creative function more effectively. In LIE, they have activating SE, or mobilizing SE, which basically means they like power and forcefulness in a person, but not too much if it could overwhelm them. Finally, in the id block, the seventh position is the ignoring function. This is something that the type just does not care about. They consider it completely irrelevant and totally pointless. In LIE, with ignoring TI, given their focus on pragmatic data, they don't see the relevance of trying to construct these rigid, overarching logical systems when you can just look at the facts. Lastly, the eighth function in Model A is the demonstrative function. This function is typically used in a way to talk about how much it sucks compared to their creative function, which is their natural preference. But in a pinch, in private, they can also use their demonstrative function to help work with the creative function or get them out of an issue that the creative function alone can't seem to solve. In LIE, with demonstrative NE, these kinds of abstract possibilities and idealistic what-ifs are considered irrelevant to what seems like the immediate and obvious patterns of how things occur. But in the case where those patterns aren't working, they might in private reluctantly consider the possibilities if they can get them out of the jam and get socio-NI to work correctly again. Okay, so just as a demonstration for how I'm going to be using this function model in the later example section, here's what the function stack of the EXXJs would look like, which is EXXJs in Socionics, EXXJs in the four-letter system, and XIE/XSE in the Socionics naming convention. I get that this is a lot. The 1 and the 2 are stand-ins for where the perceiving or judging function should go. So in this example, let's say that we make the first judging function, or 1J, into thinking, and the second judging function, or 2J, into feeling. Then we'll also make the first perceiving function into intuition, and the second perceiving function, or 2P, into sensing. What would that look like? If that doesn't look familiar, that is the cognitive function stack for the LIE or the ENTJ that we covered in the previous section. Base TE, NI creative, role FE, vulnerable SI, suggestive FI, mobilizing SE, ignoring TI and demonstrative any. And we just got that from replacing the 1J with the 1J and the 2J with the 2J, the 1P with the 1P, and the 2P with the 2P. So that format, I'm going to be using it for all of the examples. Hopefully that makes sense. Also with classical socionics, there are these groups called quadras. These are groups of types that use the same functions in their ego and super id blocks. So basically the first block and the third block. The fact that they use the same functions in their super id block and their ego block implies in classical socionics that they have similar priorities and then would prefer similar cultures. For example, the LII or the INTP in the four-letter system and the ILE or the ENTP in the four-letter system both have SI and FE in their super id blocks. Hypothetically then, since they both value socio-SI and socio-FE, they have an appreciation for the kind of comfort of socio-SI and the kind of joy and emotional atmosphere of socio-FE that is given and prioritized by the ESE, which is the ESFJ in the four-letter system, and the SEI, which is the ISFJ in the four-letter system. Likewise, SEI, or the ISFJ in the four-letter system, and ESE, which is the ESFJ in the four-letter system, both have NE and TI in their super id blocks. This means again that these types would have an appreciation for the LII, or four-letter INTP, and ILEs, or ENTP, four letters, understanding of logical systems, socio-TI, and abstract and sometimes idealistic possibilities, or socio-NE. Another thing that you need to know about socionics in order to understand its naming conventions. When you have an introverted type in socionics, you actually flip the J and the P. So while SEI is akin to the ISFJ in the four-letter framework because it has SI and FE in its ego block, which is like the ISFJ in the four-letter framework, it has SI first, and SI is sensory and therefore a perceiving function. And according to socionics, since it has a perceiving function first, it's a P-type. So basically an ISFJ in the four-letter system becomes an ISFP in the socionic system. And notice that when I'm writing in socionics, I'm always making the last letter lowercase. In the four-letter system, the last letter is uppercase. And that's a good way to differentiate between them. So to cover some examples, SEI is sensory ethical introvert, which is introverted sensing plus emotion, which is SI plus F, which is SI plus FE, which is the ISFJ. However, since it starts with SI, which is a perceiving function, it's called the ISF lowercase p. So SEI equals ISF lowercase p equals ISFJ in the four-letter system. A similar example is the LII, which is the logical intuitive introvert, or introverted logic with intuition, or introverted thinking with intuition, which is TI plus N, which is TI plus NE, which is the INTP in the four-letter system. But since the stack itself starts with thinking, that's a judging function, so it's considered a judger. So LII equals INTP in the four-letter system equals INT lowercase j in the socionic system. And an easy way to remember that, if you've kind of gotten a hold of and memorized the functions of the four-letter system, is just that when you're converting sort of the function stacks from four-letter system to socionics, you flip the J and the P for the introverts. Extroverts, leave them the same. Introverts, you flip them. Okay, so just to review, SEI equals ISFJ equals ISF lowercase p. LSI equals ISTP in the four-letter framework equals IST lowercase j. SEE equals ESFP in the four-letter framework equals ESF lowercase p in the Socionics system. Since it's an extrovert, you don't flip the J and the P. Okay, one last thing about Socionics before we get into the examples, the Riemann dichotomies. The Riemann dichotomies are a list of 11 binary traits that some have used to differentiate between the Socionics types in the past. I'll be taking evaluations made on the Riemann dichotomies with a grain of salt. There's been a good deal of skepticism about how effective the Riemann dichotomies are in practice. I'll definitely consider talking about them in a Socionics analysis if I think the conclusions could be interesting from bringing it up. But generally speaking, the Riemann dichotomies are more of a novelty than a useful tool. But for the sake of interest, at times, I'll still bring them up. Okay, let's get to the examples. For each category, there will be a member of each quadra in each category. At the end of each category, I'll explain sort of who fits into what quadra and why and how that works. To start with, let's take the function stack of the EXXP, which is also known as the EXX lowercase p, or the IXE or SXE. To get a type from these stacks, you take the two letters in the middle and make that the first perceiving function and the first judging function. For example, in the ENFP, N is the first perceiving function, or 1p, and F is the first judging function, or 1j. We can then know that S is the second perceiving function and that T is the second judging function. Plugging all of that into the function stack, we get the following. Now for the patterns. ENXPs and ESXPs have their first, third, fifth, and seventh function in common. Meanwhile, EXFPs and EXTPs have their second, fourth, sixth, and eighth function in common. So for example, Luz Nocida from the Owl House is an IEE or ENFP. Meanwhile, Ranpo Edogawa from Bungo Stray Dogs is an ILE or ENTP. This means that they both share base NE, role SE, suggestive SI, and ignoring NI. And that means that they both live in and enjoy exploring abstract possibilities. They can be aggressive, forceful, and assertive if need be, but also not for long. They appreciate when someone looks after their sensory comfort, as they don't really do so themselves. And generally speaking, they ignore overarching patterns, preferring to stick to and explore interesting abstract possibilities. Gon from Hunter x Hunter is an SEE or ESFP, while Toph Beifong from Avatar: The Last Airbender is an SLE or ESTP. This means that they both share base SE, role NE, suggestive NI, and ignoring SI. That means that they both live in an understanding of force, power, and conquest. They can explore abstract possibilities and what-ifs if need be, but also not for long. They appreciate when someone can see the dots and connect the patterns to help them kind of know where to put their force effectively. And generally speaking, they ignore personal comforts, preferring to stick to force and assertiveness. In contrast, Luz Nocida is an IEE or ENFP, and Gon is an SEE or ESFP. That means they both have creative FI, vulnerable TI, mobilizing TE, and demonstrative FE. This means that they deeply care about and prioritize their personal relationships. But on the flip side, they also have trouble with thinking things through, which can get them into trouble. They appreciate when people can show them the pragmatic facts that they might have overlooked. And they can do things with the emotional atmosphere, but prefer to focus on their friends and their close relationships instead. Ranpo Edogawa is an ILE or ENTP, and Toph Beifong is an SLE or ESTP. That means that they both share creative TI, vulnerable FI, mobilizing FE, and demonstrative TE. That means that they rely on their wits and problem-solving skills to figure out the world and how to deal with it, but they also struggle to maintain and care for their personal relationships, which can get them into trouble. They appreciate when people can liven the emotional atmosphere and make things friendly. And while they can consider the facts just fine, they'd prefer to try to figure out the world in their own way. I wrote a paragraph for all 4 of the quadras and how all 4 of the characters that I demonstrate fit into them. So now I'll just show the character and show the quadra text. So let's take the function stack for the IXXP, or IXX lowercase j, or XII/XSI. To get a type, you take the middle 2 letters in a type and use that for the first perceiving and first judging functions. So for example, for an INFP, N would be the first perceiving function, and F would be the first judging function. We also know from that S would be the second perceiving function, and that T would be the second judging function. Plugging those into the function stack, we get this, which is the function stack for the INFP, or INF lowercase j, or EII. Now for the patterns. IXFPs and IXTPs have the same first, third, fifth, and 7th function. Meanwhile, INXPs and ISXPs have the same 2nd, 4th, 6th, and 8th function. Remus Lupin from the Harry Potter movies is an EII, or INFP, or INF lowercase j. Meanwhile, Thorfinn from Vinland Saga is an ESI, or ISF lowercase j, or ISFP. This means that they both share base FI, role TI, suggestive TE, and ignoring FE. This means that they both live on their ethical principles and a focus on the relationships that they care about. They can play with logical systems to help figure things out if need be, but also not for long. They appreciate when someone can give them the facts and a pragmatic outlook, and they ignore the emotional atmosphere in order to focus on their relationships as is. Kurisu Makise from Steins Gate is an LII, or INT lowercase j, or INTP. Meanwhile, Dexter Morgan from Dexter is an LSI, or IST lowercase j, or ISTP. This means that they both share base TI, role FI, suggestive FE, and ignoring TE. And that means they both live in their ability to rationally yet rigidly understand the world. They can play at a moral understanding of their relationships and a deeper valuing of them, but also not for long. They appreciate when someone can liven the emotional atmosphere and help them feel that, since they struggle to do that themselves. And they consider the facts as is to be irrelevant, considering what they've figured out for themselves to be more effective and useful. In contrast, Remus Lupin is an EII or INF lowercase j or INFP, and Kurisu Makise is an LII or INT lowercase j or INTP. That means that they both have creative NE, vulnerable SE, mobilizing SI, and demonstrative NI. That means that they both have an interest in exploring abstract ideas and possibilities as they relate to their overarching conclusions about the world. But that also comes with a vulnerability and distaste for force and power dynamics. They appreciate when someone can cover the personal comfort that they neglect, and while they can understand these socio-NI patterns, they usually just see them as a jumping off point to explore more interesting socio-NI possibilities. Thorfinn is an ESI, or ISF lowercase j, or ISFP, and Dexter Morgan is an LSI, or IST lowercase j, or ISTP. That means that they both have creative SE, vulnerable NE, mobilizing NI, and demonstrative SI. That means that they try to use force to make the world better in a way that they personally believe in. But that also comes with a rigidness when it comes to considering other possibilities compared to what they've determined to be right. They appreciate when someone can see the overarching patterns that their forcefulness can neglect. And they can do sensory comfort, but it doesn't really matter to them compared to the force to try to make what they believe should happen, happen. And now for the quadras. To start with, let's take the function stack of the EXXJ, or EXX lowercase j, or XIE/XSE. So, to get a type, we have to take the middle two letters of the type and then put that as the first perceiving function and the first judging function. So, for an ENFJ, we would make N the first perceiving function and F the first judging function. That makes S the second perceiving function and T the second judging function. Plugging that all in, we get the following. And that is the function stack of the ENF lowercase j, or ENFJ, or EIE. Now for the patterns. EXFJs and EXTJs have the first, third, fifth, and seventh functions in common. Meanwhile, ENXJs and ESXJs have the second, fourth, sixth, and eighth function in common. Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club is an EIE or ENFJ, and Mr. Peanut Butter from BoJack Horseman is an ESE or ESFJ. This means that they both share base FE, role TE, suggestive TI, and ignoring FI. This means that they both live in the emotional atmosphere they inspire in others. They can both address and play in the pragmatic facts if need be, but not for long. They appreciate when someone else can help make sense of the world logically in a way that they don't understand. And they neglect the closeness of their relationships for the emotional atmosphere that they can create. Peter Baelish, or Littlefinger, from Game of Thrones, is an LIE, or ENTJ, while Jean Kirstein, from Attack on Titan, is an LSE, or ESTJ. This means that they both share base TE, role FE, suggestive FI, and ignoring TI. This means that they both make their basis for reality, what they can pragmatically and realistically assess, factually. They can both play into the emotional atmosphere for a time, but not for long. They appreciate their close relationships and those that can help to emotionally enable them. And while they can address logical theories, they don't see a point to when they consider the world bluntly and pragmatically as is from the facts. In contrast, Monica is an EIE, or ENFJ, and Littlefinger is an LIE, or ENTJ. That means they both share creative NI, vulnerable SI, mobilizing SE, and demonstrative NE. This means that they both have a sense of patterns and plans, and a sense of how to make what you want to happen, happen. In these plans, however, they don't make any considerations for their personal comfort, completely blind to it as a variable. They appreciate forceful people as a way to spur them into action towards their plans. And while they can understand abstract possibilities and what they're getting at or trying to get at, they don't see a point to them compared to the patterns and plans that they're used to. Mr. Peanut Butter is an ESE, or ESFJ, and Jean Kirstein is an LSE, or ESTJ. That means that they both share creative SI, vulnerable NI, mobilizing NE, and demonstrative SE. This means that they both prioritize their personal comfort and the comfort of others. But in their focus on that, they don't really pay attention to where that'll lead to, not considering it as a priority. They appreciate abstract possibilities as giving them something else to consider. And while they can use force to make things happen, they'd prefer if things could stay comfortable. Okay, and now for the quadras. To start with, let's take the function stack of the IXXJ, or IXX lowercase p, or IXI slash SXI. To get a type, you take the middle two letters of the type and use them for the first perceiving function and the first judging function. For example, in an INFJ, N is the first perceiving function, and F is the first judging function. Because of that, you know that S is the second perceiving function, and that T is the second judging function. Plugging the four of those into the stack, you get the following. Now for the patterns. The INXJs and ISXJs have the first, third, fifth, and seventh function in common. Meanwhile, the IXFJs and IXTJs have the second, fourth, sixth, and eighth function in common. Tom Hansen from 500 Days of Summer is an IEI, or INF lowercase p, or INFJ. And Kazumi Kenma from HiQ is an ILI or INT lowercase p or INTJ. They both have base NI, role SI, suggestive SE, and ignoring NE. This means that they spend their time in their heads, living in their imaginations, living in the abstract patterns that they identify. They can spend some time focusing on their sensory comfort and care if need be, but not for long. They appreciate when someone can be forceful and essentially get them out of their own head. And they don't care about abstract possibilities compared to the abstract patterns they see so clearly. Pam Beasley from the US version of The Office is an SEI or ISF lowercase p or ISFJ. Meanwhile, Mia Osamu from HiQ is an SLI or IST lowercase p or ISTJ. This means that they have base SI, role NI, suggestive NE, and ignoring SE. That means that they spend their time trying to prioritize their own sense of comfort, trying to make life easy and smooth sailing. They can think about the future and what things might lead to if need be, but also not for long. They appreciate when someone can give them abstract possibilities they might not have considered. And they try to neglect being forceful, trying to keep things comfortable. In contrast, Tom Hansen is an IEI or INF lowercase p or INFJ, and Pam Beasley is an SEI or ISF lowercase p or ISFJ. That means they both have creative FE, vulnerable TE, mobilizing TI, and demonstrative FI. And that means that they care about and enjoy maintaining an emotionally evocative atmosphere, but they also have a struggle with efficiency, productivity, and at times the pragmatic truth about the facts and about reality. They appreciate when others can help make sense of the world logically in a way they hadn't thought about. And while they can focus more deeply on their relationships, they'd rather keep things light, emotionally fun, and interesting. Kozume Kenma is an ILI or INT lowercase p or INTJ, and Mia Osamu is an LSI or IST lowercase p or ISTJ. That means they both have creative TE, vulnerable FE, mobilizing FI, and demonstrative TI. And that means they both try to take in the world and reality as is, factually, without sugarcoating it. But due to their priority on that, they can't really play the emotional atmosphere, having a blind spot to it. They appreciate when people genuinely prioritize their relationships with them and maintain them emotionally. And while they can play with logical systems that try to make sense of the world, they'd rather stick with the facts as they are. Okay, and then here are the last batch of quadras. Morality is an interesting thing to talk about. The VLI spends a lot of time writing videos about what evil is, and someone like Alex O'Connor speculates how much when we use moral statements that we're taking our subjective emotional opinions and just putting them into moral imperatives like ethical emotivism. When we talk about whether someone or their actions is good or evil, it opens up an interesting can of worms. It seems like the question itself was controversial enough to be de-emphasized from its origin, Dungeons and Dragons. It's now been replaced by traits, ideals, bonds, and flaws, which sounds more like a personality thing now than something that's moral or ethical. Generally speaking, my moral philosophy is act utilitarian, with two stipulations. One, the longevity of the benefit that the act creates, and two, how comfortable I feel with the act emotionally. That can quickly slide into hypocrisy. And every analysis of moral action is an interesting thing to talk about in and of itself for what the person analyzing this stuff considers moral. That makes this the least typological of all 10 systems, but I'm honestly excited to get to talk about it. What do you think it means that these 9 characters are the ones considered consensus good, neutral, and evil? Just to warn you though, there may be spoilers in the neutral section, specifically spoilers for Attack on Titan, so you are warned. I would say that the general connection between the 3 good characters is a general sense of, or good-hearted attempt at, giving, kindness, and benevolence to others. For chaotic good, we have Thor Odinson from the MCU. For neutral good, we have Haruhi Fujioka from Ouran High School Host Club, which is technically silver tier with an alternative of true neutral. And for lawful good, we have Twilight Sparkle from My Little Pony: Friendship is Magic. Again, I would say that the connection between these 3 characters is a sense of doing the right thing, trying to care about other people, not only their thoughts, but also in their actions, in a way that goes out of their way to benefit other people beyond just benefiting themselves. Thor does that in a chaotic way, and Twilight does that in a lawful way, but the 3 characters have a consistency of trying to do and give that kindness. With evil, the trend seems to be doing deep harm to other people, either flippantly or maliciously. For chaotic evil, we have Alex DeLarge from Clockwork Orange. For neutral evil, we have Leela Rossi from The Miraculous Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir. And for lawful evil, we have Judge Claude Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. All 3 of those characters harm the people around them. They use them as pawns, or directly hurt them, or directly hurt the things that they care about. And they do this out of a sense of sadism, Machiavellianism, or a sense of boredom and a lack of care for how other people feel about this kind of suffering. Neutrality is interesting. There's a few cases that I see happening with neutral morality. Either a character does not care about morality or the well-being of others, which kind of puts them at neutral with the whole affair, or what the character does and prioritizes doesn't really have a substantive moral effect either way in terms of benefit or harm, or their intentions and their actions conflict in a way that makes them hard to judge as either good or evil. For our chaotic neutral character, Mello from Death Note, they're only really out for themselves. They don't do excessive harm in the name of their goals, but they also don't really help people. Since the only thing they care about is getting what they want, and they don't do a lot of harm to other people in the name of that or for the sake of that, they're considered neutral. For our true neutral character, Socionagi from Blue Lock, they don't really care. They're not going out of their way to help anyone, but they're also not going out of their way to hurt anyone. And since that kind of puts them outside of the moral loop, they're considered true neutral. Okay, so light spoilers about our lawful neutral character from Attack on Titan, Reiner Braun. See, Reiner sticks by his principles and wants to be a hero. He wants to do the right thing. But he also does very harmful things in the name of that goal. So his intentions are for the good, but his actions do a lot of harm that a lot of people would consider evil. With empathy towards Reiner's perspective and struggles, it's pretty hard to call him evil, but given the weight of his actions in the name of his goals, it's pretty hard to call him good. Because of the conflict between the two, he lands in neutral. This is the personality typology system that's actually scientifically supported. Obviously, that's pretty useful. And I do think that the Big Five does have some insights to give us about why we are the way that we are. However, in my opinion, it also has some foundational flaws. Michael Pierce did a great video series on some of the foundational problems of the Big Five. Given the nature of factor analysis, dividing out the common factor in almost every personality adjacent word researchers could get their hands on, that kind of division might dilute out part of the structure of the words on their own. For example, let's say as a metaphor, you have a sandwich, a wet sandwich, and you take that sandwich and you put it into a blender and you turn it into a paste. Does that paste say something about the sandwich? Definitely. But at the same time, from that angle, that cross-section of the paste, you lose the structure of the sandwich itself. Say that you took the composite of thousands of human faces and you end up with this composite of a blurry face. That composite face does tell you something about, potentially the spectrum of human traits, variables that you could divide out across the spectrum. But at the same time, it loses the nuances and differences in individual human faces, which is washed out by the blur of the composite. Secondly, the Big Five is founded on the lexical hypothesis, which is the idea that personality traits are encoded into our public language. But consider that we don't really understand ourselves or what it means to be human. On top of that, we might struggle to encode what we understand into language. Authors and artists have spent countless hours over multiple centuries trying to fit their complex thoughts and emotions about what it means to be human into language. And these expressions showcase more of the nuance of what it means to be human than before their creation than we previously understood. So given how often we learn new things about what it means to be human, new ways of using language to get in at what it means to be human, can we really say that being human is encoded into language when we are still trying to understand what exactly that means? Despite those questions, the Big Five is a data-driven system, unlike the theoretical systems that line most of the database, and that is absolutely valuable. So, what is the Big Five? The Big Five is not complicated. No strange, major, abstract structures. It's just 5 traits that vary on a spectrum between 2 states. These states on either side of the spectrum are then given a letter, and those 5 letters are put together to create a Big Five type. So, for example, extroversion is a spectrum that ranges from social to reserved. Social is represented by the letter S, and reserved is represented by the letter R, and S or R is put first out of the 5 letters in the Big Five type. Keep in mind, and this is a common problem in personality typology, including with the Big Five, that there's no universal definition for these traits. My definitions here will be simplistic. They're more of a jumping off point than a real definition. Generally, extroversion as a trait is about your level of sociability as well as your source of energy, whether you get energy from being with others or from being alone. The second trait is neuroticism, which is your tendency to receive unwanted and uncontrolled negative emotions. This ranges from calm to limbic. Calm is represented by C, limbic is represented by L, and that goes second in the Big Five type. The third trait is conscientiousness, which is your ability to practice self-discipline and self-control in an organizing way. This ranges from organized, which is an O, to unstructured, which is a U, and that makes up the third trait in the Big Five type. The fourth trait is agreeableness, which is how much you are socially accommodating, trusting, and easygoing with others. This ranges from accommodating to egocentric, which is A versus E, and it's the fourth trait on the Big Five type. The fifth trait is openness to experience, which is your tendency to be curious, dive into the unknown, and explore abstract and intellectual topics. This ranges from inquisitive, starting with an I, to non-curious, starting with an N, and it is the fifth and final trait on the Big Five type. So, for example, Sloan would be social, limbic, organized, accommodating, and non-curious. So, I've got 32 characters, which are gold tier and silver tier consensuses of the 32 Big Five types. How I'll do this is I will describe each character and show their icon and type on screen and say where they're from. Then, when it comes to a trait, I'll split the screen and arrange the half of them on one side, half of them on the other, depending on whether or not they fit the trait. If they're a silver tier with an alternative in that particular category, I'll put them in the middle on the fence. So, for example, Christoph Björgman from Frozen. He is silver tier accommodating with an egocentric alternative. So when I have the 32 characters split from accommodating to egocentric, I'll have him in the middle on the fence since he's technically contested by the minority. Okay, so what are our 32 characters? Well, first we'll tackle the groups. In Demon Slayer, we've got 3 different characters. Also, sorry if I'm butchering names in this video. So, Kunao Sayuri, Rcoan. Gyutaro, Rluen. Umedaki, Sluen. In Avatar: The Last Airbender, we've got a pair. Aang is Scuai, and Suki is Scoan, but with debate for R instead of S. In My Little Pony, Friendship is Magic, we've got another pair. Fluttershy is RLOAN, and rarity is SLOAI, with debate for E instead of A. Next up, in the Harry Potter books, not the movies, we've got Severus Snape as RLOEI and Ron Weasley as SLUAN. But as a segue, in the Harry Potter movies, we have Luna Lovegood as RCUAI. And in Total Drama Island, we've got our last pair. Lindsay from Total Drama Island is an SCUAN with debate for O instead of U. And Courtney from Total Drama Island is SLOEN. Okay, and now for the individuals list. Berlin from Money Heist is an SCOEI. And Bessa Medarda from Arcane is SCOEN. Alexander Hamilton from the musical Alexander Hamilton is SLOEI, but with debate for C instead of L. Haruhi Suzumiya from the Melancholy of Haruhi Suzumiya is SLUEI. Hitch Dracy from Attack on Titan is SCUEN, but with debate for I instead of N. Captain Jack Sparrow from Pirates of the Caribbean is SCUEI. Anne Shirley Cuthbert from Anne with an E is SLUAI. Haku from Spirited Away is RCOAI. Shuichi Saihara from Danganronpa V3 is RLOAI. Wirt from Over the Garden Wall is RLUAI. Yuri Katsuki from Yuri on Ice is RLUAN, but with debate for I instead of N. Christoph Bjorgman from Frozen is RCUAN, with debate for E instead of A. Nier from Death Note is RCOEI. Ron Swanson from Parks and Recreation is RCOEN. Woody from Toy Story is SLOAN. Ben Solo, or Kylo Ren, from the new Star Wars movies is RLUEI. Vanessa Doofenshmirtz from Phineas and Ferb is RCUEN. Michelle MJ Jones-Watson from the MCU, the new Spider-Man movies, is RCUEI. And finally, Elle Woods from Legally Blonde is SCOAI. Okay, now here's what those 32 characters would look like arranged on either side of the following traits. First, social versus reserved. Calm versus limbic. Organized versus unstructured. Accommodating versus egocentric. And finally, inquisitive versus non-curious. Attitudinal Psych is a typology system that was created as a derivative of psychosophy. I'm not super knowledgeable on psychosophy, but I tried to learn enough about it to do a good job at interpreting Attitudinal Psych's interpretation of its work. I think the lack of similarities between it and other Jungian or Enneagram-based systems has led to a lot of confusion on the personality database as to who to vote as what. And that confusion has led to mixed vote consensuses. There were several types. I mean, there were at least 10 different types that I couldn't really find a consensus for that wasn't ridiculously ghost, like 6 votes or something. Despite that struggle, I did manage to find consensuses for all of the attitudes that attitudinal psych types are made up of. Using those 16 attitudes, we can construct what an attitudinal psych type would look like and then use that as a reference in the future. Just for context, an attitudinal psych type is made up of like 4 different attitudes that are put together into one type. Okay, so to understand attitudinal psych, we need to first understand aspects and positions. Aspects are like the categories, kind of like intuition, sensing, feeling, and thinking in the Jungian systems. For attitudinal psych, the 4 aspects are emotion, physics, logic, and volition. Emotion has to do with values and emotions. Logic has to do with, logic and reasoning and stuff. Physics has to do with your material possessions, as well as your body image and your intimate sense of physicality. And volition has to do with your goals and ambitions. Secondly, we need to consider the positions. The number of the position, 1, 2, 3, or 4, affects how the aspect in that position comes out. The first position is something self-positive, but others negative. It's something you do and selfishly prioritize for yourself comfortably, but don't trust others with. The second position is self-positive and others positive, meaning it's a comfortable, passive, kind of external thing that you can do with other people. The third position is sensitive and insecure, self-negative and others negative. It's a vulnerable point for that individual that they try to protect or hide or compensate for. The fourth position is self-negative but others positive. It's something you just give up on and leave for other people in a sort of passive and uncaring way. So an attitudinal psych type is made up of 4 positions. Once every aspect has a position, every aspect filling a position creates an attitude, and that creates 4 attitudes, which is a type. So, for example, emotion in the first position, physics in the second position, volition in the third position, and logic in the fourth position. That gives you someone that selfishly prioritizes their own emotions while freely and sort of passively and comfortably giving their physics with other people and themselves, feels insecure and sensitive about their place in the world and their level of success, and in doing all of that gives up on their logic, not really caring about how the world is put together, leaving that to other people. That is the attitude of 1E, or first emotion, 2F, or second physics, 3V, or third volition, and 4L, or fourth logic. And all of that combines together into EFVL. And that's the attitudinal psych type, EFVL, which actually is the gold tier consensus of Chloe Price from Life is Strange. Now I will give examples of each aspect in each position. So, when something's in the first position, it's selfishly prioritized in a self-positive and others negative way. The consensus example for 1E, or first emotion, is Arthur Fleck from the movie Joker. He personally prioritizes his emotions and whether or not he feels heard, seen, or understood. How he feels is a constant variable that he's considering, and it's also a vulnerable one that he doesn't trust other people with. When something's in the second position, it is passive and comfortable, shared with other people in a positive way. And that is self-positive and others positive. The consensus example for 2E, or second emotion, is Marjorie Tyrell from Game of Thrones. She has her ambitions and confidently plays the Game of Thrones in order to satisfy them. But to do this, she has a confident grasp on the emotions of others. She's able to play into narratives emotionally, perform when necessary. There's an adeptness and confidence in emotion that is comfortable and free. When something's in the third position, it is insecure and vulnerable. Something the person needs to cover up or compensate for. Self-negative and others negative. The consensus example for 3E, or third emotion, is Rue Bennett from Euphoria. Rue isn't comfortable emotionally with facing herself. She tries to numb herself or stay preoccupied in other experiences in order to avoid confronting that emotional vulnerability. That kind of sensitivity is the kind that third position has and seeks to ignore. When something's in the fourth position, it's given up on passively expecting other people to fill the gap. They struggle with it, but they don't really care that they struggle with it since other people have them covered, which is self-negative and others positive. The consensus example for 4E, or fourth emotion, is Miya Atsumu from Haikyuu. Miya is a competitive perfectionist who deeply hones his craft. And doing that successfully doesn't involve being emotionally present. Unlike Rue, who runs and numbs from that insecure emotional core, Atsumu doesn't really care about the emotions of himself or others. At least not deeply. It's not a priority for achieving what he cares about. When something's in the first position, it is selfishly prioritized in a way that makes it self-positive and others negative. The consensus example for 1F, for first physics, is again Rue Bennett from Euphoria. Rue Bennett is a gold tier SLI in Socionics, which has base SI, which means that one of Rue's main priorities is her personal comforts, materially speaking. She consistently seeks out physical experiences that either make her feel at ease or give her enjoyment. She's comfortable in her sense of physicality and how she physically interacts with the world. And that personal enjoyment, comfort, and seeking of material pleasure is a good demonstration of 1F, or first physics. When something's in the second position, it's passive and comfortable, shared freely with others in a positive way, self-positive and others positive. The consensus example for 2F, or second physics, is Chloe Price from Life is Strange. There are definitely things about Chloe that she prioritizes aggressively in the first and third positions, like, say, her emotions or her direction or lack thereof in life. But where she's passive and comfortable is her sense of physicality and her material possessions. She can fight with ease and doesn't have a problem with doing so, and she freely shares her possessions and experiences with Max. Physicality isn't her insecurity on any level, and because of that, she is 2F or second physics. When something's in the third position, it's insecure and vulnerable in a way that the individual needs to cover up or compensate for. And that is self-negative and others negative. The consensus example for 3F or third physics is none. There is none. I actually was not able to find a consensus example of third physics. So I'll be arguing this one as a paper take that I personally believe in. And I do genuinely believe in this one, pretty confidently. I think that Howell Jenkins' Pendragon from Howl's Moving Castle is a good example of third physics. Now, the vote for third physics has 65.57% support, making it the majority pick. The alternative is third volition, having 29.25% of the vote, and the other two don't get above 5%. So first, I want to address the alternative. Does Howell have third volition instead of third physics? Cutting ahead a bit, third volition is an insecurity, self-negative and others negative, about your ambition and your social standing. The gold tier example for third volition will be Arthur Fleck from the Joker movie. And in the Joker movie, you can see Arthur's ambitions and how they're unfulfilled. He doesn't want to work the job he works, and he wishes that he had the acclaim of live TV shows and cheering in his comedy acts, right? And after rewatching Howl's Moving Castle, I don't think that Howell is sensitive about his ambitions. In fact, I don't think he really cares. He's an accomplished and talented wizard, but he spends his time running away from any kind of responsibility that would give him acclaim, ambition, or success. This to me seems more like giving up on volition than it being a sensitive spot for Howell in particular. The largest vote for Howell that labels him as third volition is Fevel, or F-E-V-L. There are proponents in the comments who argue that Howell's behavior is consistent of someone who selfishly prioritizes their physics, 1F, and is insecure about their ambitions, 3V. Luckily enough, actually, I have two silver tier examples of what Fevel would look like in fiction. Those two examples are Ken from the Barbie movie and Angel Dust from Has Been Hotel. Both of them, I would say, fit first physics and third volition. Ken and Angel Dust are both confident in their hotness and attractiveness. This is never the insecurity for them. But Ken wants to be with Barbie. He wants to be important and powerful. And Angel Dust is convinced that they're hot, but is afraid of being a loser. Comparing this back to Howell, not only does Howell not seem to care about his ambitions or his volition, but his real insecurity seems to be with his physical appearance. The third position tries to cover up and cope with a sensitive inner insecurity. Rue Bennett runs from her emotions because she's scared of what will happen if she doesn't. Howell's arrangement with Calcifer makes him into this monstrous bird-like creature. And this shape is the symbolic representation of his distance from himself. And this bird-like creature serves as a physical contrast between his normally handsome, pretty appearance and this bird thing. And this is ugly. And I don't think that's coincidental. In Sophie's Nightmare, a fully transformed Howl buries itself deep in a tunnel in the back of his room. His face is unrecognizable. What was once his signature heart-stealing beauty is now an unrecognizable monster. And this is what hides behind the work that Howl does to be beautiful. When Howl is upset with Sophie for switching around his magic potions, which changes his hair color, you could interpret that moment as just the tantrum of a first physics user who wanted their physics in a certain way. But not only do I think that the other consensus Fevels, Ken and Angel Dust, wouldn't react that strongly to such a small change in appearance, and would probably find consolation in the rest of their appearance, I also think Howl's upsettedness showcases a deeper insecurity about whether or not he is beautiful enough as is. In fact, I think ignoring that aspect of Howl's character breaks part of the thematic core of Howl's Moving Castle itself. Sophie herself is deeply insecure. She considers herself plain and unattractive. Howl is introduced in part as a foil to this. He is a heart stealer, at least in terms of how he's talked about. Someone handsome and competent who would never want a girl like her. And as Sophie learns more about Howl due to her curse, she learns that he's not as confident as he portrays and that his beauty comes with asterisks. And that she herself is more beautiful and more worthy of love than she thinks of herself. The thematic core of the movie then, at least in part, in my opinion, is for both of them to find confidence in themselves and realize that they are enough as they are. It's at the end of the movie that when Sophie can love Howl's damaged, deeply damaged, monstrous, bird-like self, that right after that she helps him find his heart. And considering Howl as physically confident on his own of the first physics variety, I think breaks the thematic mirroring between Howl and Sophie's characters. And given that the Fevel alternative is the only hard-voted alternative for Howl, I think that it's a pretty good argument that Howl has third physics or 3F. And given that Fevel is the only hard-voted alternative to third physics in Howl's votes, I think that Howl is an effective example of third physics in fiction. Okay, last example for physics. When something is in the fourth position, it is given up on in a passive way, and other people are expected to fill the gap. They struggle with it, but they don't really care that they struggle with it because other people have them covered, self-negative, but others positive. The consensus example for fourth physics is General Kerrigan from Shadow and Bone. General Kerrigan doesn't really prioritize his physicality and instead abandons it. In his personal ambition and moves for power, his physicality or his material comforts are never a priority for him. And because of this abandonment, he's considered fourth physics. When something's in the first position, it is selfishly prioritized in a way that is self-positive and others negative. The consensus example for 1L, or first logic, is Stanford Pines or Grunkle Ford from Gravity Falls. Stanford prioritizes his research selfishly. His personal logic and his thoughts are something that he deeply, personally cares about. He dedicated several years of his life to personally studying the anomalies of Gravity Falls. And when he reunites with his brother after all those years of research, his first thought is how to protect and hide his research. This self-positive but others negative prioritization of his own train of thought is a good example of first logic. When something's in the second position, it is passively and comfortably shared with other people in a positive way, self-positive and others positive. The consensus example for second logic, or 2L, is Ryuk from Death Note. For Ryuk, as a 2L, there's an engagement in logical conversation. Light talks to Ryuk, and Ryuk asks questions about what Light's doing, why he's doing it, and what the logic is behind his actions. In second logic, there's an open dialogue where ideas are freely exchanged. And unlike with Stanford, Ryuk doesn't have conviction or belief or care for any of these ideas in particular. He's fully open to whatever strategy works and whichever person wins, whichever's more interesting. That kind of passive, comfortable dialogue in terms of logic and its conclusions is second logic. When something's in the third position, it's insecure and vulnerable, something that the individual needs to cover up or compensate for, self-negative and others negative. The consensus example for 3L or third logic is Aoi Asahina from Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. Danganronpa is a murder mystery and debate series. It's a series where basically a bunch of high schoolers get together against their will to debate and attempt to solve murders. There's a lot of checking of alibis, a lot of considering the deductive implications of evidence, stuff like that. In that debate environment, Aoi struggles to keep up with the conclusions people make, why they make them, and even what are the right questions to ask. And that kind of insecurity in her logic, shown by this environment, is an example of third logic. When something's in the fourth position, it's given up on passively in order for other people to fill the gap. They struggle with that thing personally, but they don't really care about struggling with it because other people help them do it for them. So it's self-negative, but others positive. The consensus example for fourth logic is Marjorie Tyrell, again from Game of Thrones. For Marjorie and her plans, the logic of it isn't important either for what she wants to gain or how she needs to do it. Because of this, she gives up on the logic because it's not important for her or her goals. And this is an example of fourth logic. When something's in the first position, it is selfishly prioritized in a way that makes it self-positive and others negative. The consensus example for 1V, or first volition, is Tywin Lannister from Game of Thrones. Tywin selfishly prioritizes the ambitions of himself and his family, ensuring, to the best of his ability, that they have the most dominant role in the geopolitical scene of Game of Thrones. This personal prioritization of his ambitions is a showcase of first volition. When something's in the second position, it is passive and comfortable, shared freely with others in a positive way, self-positive and others positive. The consensus example for second volition is Kyoko Kirigiri from Danganronpa Trigger Happy Havoc. The goal of second volition is for everyone to work together collaboratively. While Kyoko personally and selfishly prioritizes her logic, it is her priority to make sure that everyone works together in a debate environment in order to get the culprit. She'll add in leads, support arguments, and do so collaboratively in a way that tries to make success mutually shared. And that is second volition. When something's in the third position, it's insecure and vulnerable, something the individual needs to cover up or compensate for. And because of that, it is self-negative and others negative. The consensus example for 3V, or third volition, is Arthur Fleck, again from the movie Joker. Fleck is consumed by his ambitions and how much difficulty he has with reaching them. He dreams of being a successful comic that is celebrated on live TV. But he fails in his regular life to hold down a depressing and meaningless job. This tense relationship he has with status and ambition is a good example of third volition. When something's in the fourth position, it's given up on for other people to fill the gap. They struggle with it, but they don't really care that they struggle with it because other people are there to fill in the gap. So it is self-negative, but others positive. And the last consensus example for 4V or fourth volition is, again, Rue Bennett from Euphoria. Rue does not care at all about her personal status. She wants to go with the flow, avoid her problems, and have a good time. The ideas of ambition and status aren't really important to her. And because she's not prioritized on those ambitions, she is a good example of fourth volition. Behold, this is the original typology system. It goes back to ancient Greece, when we thought that someone having too much blood or too much snot formed their personality. I don't really take it seriously. It's like the equivalent of like a Hogwarts house to me. It's a fun system. I don't think it says nothing about being human. I think it's an interesting starting point, but it's also really simple. There are 4 different temperaments that generally vary in terms of mood. Cholerics are predisposed to anger. They can be assertive and efficient, but they can also be intolerant. Melancholics are predisposed to sadness, and they can tend to dwell in perfectionistic moodiness. Phlegmatics are deeply calm and relaxed, but this kind of passivity and permissiveness can have them stay in trouble they could have gotten out of. And sanguines are predisposed to happiness, optimism, and spontaneity, but can have trouble with sticking to a task and taking life seriously. Temperaments on Personality Database work via a primary and secondary blend. Your primary temperament is the thing that you mostly are, and the secondary temperament is the thing that might be blended in. Think about it like a brownie that may or may not have chocolate chips. Someone can be pure choleric, which is like a brownie that has no chocolate chips. It's just a pure brownie, and that's called choleric dominant. But when a secondary thing is blended in, that's a brownie with chocolate chips. AKA choleric sanguine, which is like primary choleric with a bit of sanguine blended in as a secondary thing. That being said, let's cover the 16 blends and their consensus examples. First off, choleric dominant is just pure choleric. Angry, assertive, efficient, and maybe intolerant. The consensus example for that is Leia Organa from the original Star Wars trilogy. Choleric melancholic is a choleric with a tendency towards melancholic, aka sad or perfectionistic tendencies. The consensus example for this is Judge Claude Frollo from The Hunchback of Notre Dame. Choleric phlegmatic is a choleric that's balanced out by a chill and passive phlegmatic tendency. The consensus example for that is Miyuki Shirogane from Kaguya-sama, Love is War. Lastly, choleric sanguine is a choleric with tendencies towards sanguine, spontaneous, or carefree behavior. The consensus example for that is Summer Smith from Rick and Morty. Okay, So melancholics, they're predisposed to sadness and moodiness, but also to perfectionism and refinement. The consensus example for a pure melancholic, melancholic dominant, is number 4, Victor Hargreaves from the Umbrella Academy. Melancholic choleric is someone whose sad and perfectionistic tendencies are given a blunt, assertive, and efficient edge. The consensus example for that is Beth Harmon from the Queen's Gambit. Melancholic phlegmatic is someone who is primarily in that longing melancholic temperament, but also has some passivity mixed in for good measure. The consensus example for that is Veronica Sawyer from the original Heathers movie. And then melancholic sanguine is a melancholic that has bouts of optimism and spontaneity to balance out the sadness. The consensus example for that is Mika Kagehira from the Ensemble Stars anime. Phlegmatics, they are chill. They are at peace, not really emotionally popping off. What's the pure example of that? Ferb Fletcher from Phineas and Ferb. Phlegmatic choleric, that's someone that is mostly chill, but is a little angry. Got a little assertive, a little bit of mostly chill, but has got that little That is Hwang Joon-ho from Squid Game. Phlegmatic melancholic is chill, but perfectionistic. Maybe a little moody, but they rein it in. Consensus example for that is Harry Beltic from the Queen's Gambit. Phlegmatic sanguine is someone that's chill, but also has a little bit of fun and spontaneity sprinkled in there. That is Gilbert Blythe from Anne with an E. Finally, we've got the sanguines, the fun lovers. Pure fun lover, pure optimist, Enid Sinclair from Wednesday. You add a little choleric to that with a sanguine caloric blend, you get someone that's about the fun, but has also got a forceful thing in there too. That's Woody from Toy Story. Sanguine melancholic, that's someone who's positive, but also has that recurring sadness and perfectionism. That is Yatora Yaguchi from Blue Period. Finally, sanguine phlegmatic is someone that is mostly having fun, having a good time, spontaneity-wise, but is also chill. It's got a little bit of chill blended in. That is Panda from Jujutsu Kaisen. And this is Carl Jung's original work. The thing that the MBTI, Socionics, and the modern four-letter system are all derived from. Starting with psychological types back in the 1920s, Carl Jung penned 8 personality types, not 16. And he penned them in a very different way from their modern interpretation, as well as Myers and Briggs' interpretation of them back in the day. So let's talk about what it means to type someone in classic Jungian. First of all, the cognitive functions framework, which is a formation of Myers and Briggs from Jung's original work, is not how Jung's original work should be interpreted. First, we need to talk about introversion and extroversion. This term nowadays refers to the level of energy you get when you socialize. But to Jung, in this book, it meant something different. If a person was extroverted, they were oriented toward the object of reality, what it is, as is. If a person was introverted, they were oriented towards the subject of their personal reality, which to Jung extended back into the collective unconscious. And if a person was extroverted, then their consciousness was extroverted, and their unconscious, which was repressed, is introverted. Likewise, if a person was introverted, their consciousness was introverted, and their unconscious, again being repressed, was extroverted. So an extrovert represses the subject of reality, dwelling in the object, while an introvert represses the object of reality, dwelling in the subject. Okay, and then the functions are actually the standard 4 categories of Jung's work. Intuition, sensing, feeling, and thinking. Those are the functions, just as is. One of these 4, the dominant part, the dominant function, again, function referring to these 4 things, is given to the person as their dominant function. And when they do so, it takes on the attitude of the person's consciousness. So, for example, let's say that you took thinking and you gave it to an introvert as their dominant function. Doing so would give thinking, the function, the introverted attitude because you gave it to an introvert. That person now has dominant, conscious, introverted thinking. And all the other functions, intuition, sensing, and feeling, fall into the unconscious and into the attitude of the unconscious. Meaning that they have unconscious extroverted intuition, unconscious extroverted sensing, and unconscious extroverted feeling. That makes these 2 possibilities for an introverted thinking type. And that makes this the stack of an introverted thinking type. This is validated by an excerpt of Psychological Types itself, which, quote, "The relatively unconscious functions of feeling, intuition, and sensation, which counterbalance introverted thinking, are inferior in quality and have a primitive, extroverted character, to which all the troublesome objective influences this type is subject to must be ascribed." It's a little more complicated than even that, though. I'm thankful to a user on Personality Cafe named Recful. They made a post on Personality Cafe called Jung and the Attitude of the Auxiliary, which tries to clarify Carl Jung's position on the topic. This view insinuates that there are 4 types of people according to the classic Jungian framework. The first type are undifferentiated neutral people. They don't have any functions differentiated in a way that creates a notable pattern. The second type of people are people with just a conscious dominant function and then a mirrored inferior function, which is its opposite. The middle 2 functions don't exist and are undifferentiated. The third type, which is considered the default state of affairs, is a dominant conscious function with 3 other repressed unconscious functions. You wouldn't even really be able to use your auxiliary function in that state, given that it would be unconscious and repressed. The fourth type, also called typical by Jung, is when you've worked on your auxiliary function enough that it becomes conscious. And when it becomes conscious, it takes on the same attitude as your consciousness. Meaning, let's say, hypothetically, a TI NESIFE type with 3 repressed cognitive functions that are also unconscious gets good enough with intuition that intuition moves from repressed, unconscious, extroverted intuition to conscious auxiliary introverted intuition, because the consciousness is introverted, and therefore when the function becomes conscious, it takes on the attitude of the consciousness. And from that point, you are a conscious and functional TI-NI user with repressed unconscious SEFE. So when the database refers to an ENT, there has to be two possibilities. Either they have dominant NE with unconscious and repressed TI, FI, and SI, or they have dominant NE with auxiliary conscious TE with repressed unconscious FI and SI. I will leave that up to interpretation, example by example. For these consensus examples I'm about to show you, I'll just say that, say, an ENT is like someone with dominant Jung NE with a preference for thinking. So, one last prefix. When I say Jung NE, I'm referring to Jung's original definition of extroverted intuition. That definition is intuition oriented toward the object, aka possibilities in external reality. Which honestly, superficially, is not that different from modern NE, but there are definitely differences. Jung NI is intuition oriented toward the subject, which is like a deep reservoir between you as an individual and the collective unconscious, where you explore this like deep, almost mystical world of symbols that relate to this kind of like deeper, in-stored wisdom. This is much more imaginative and personally driven than the sort of overarching pattern finding of modern NI. Jung SE is sensing oriented towards the object, which is taking in reality as is, which is very similar, if not the same, as modern SE. Jung SI is sensing oriented towards the subject, which, how can the external sensory reality be oriented towards the internal sense of reality that you have? Aren't those different things? This was a bit of a paradox in Jung's system that he himself seemed to struggle with the implications of. He said that Jungian SI users, in his explanation, and I'm going to paraphrase it here a bit, but I'll read and highlight the appropriate passages. Jung SI users were guided by, in Jung's words, the subjective factor of primordial images, forming a psychic mirror world, seeing reality as a million-year-old consciousness might see it. So given the intimate awareness of the subjective factor in reality that Jung SI seems to have, I think of Jung SI as a quiet, unassuming function that sees the deep nuances in physical reality. That gives Jung SI a calm and composed demeanor, which ironically can fit back into the modern SI interpretation, at least superficially so, of that kind of structure and order. Jung FI is concerned with feelings oriented towards the subject, aka the personal values of the individual, but Jung is very convicted on the idea that still waters run deep. And that is the idea that Jung FI is sort of inaccessible and hard to understand from an external perspective. That it's not just leading with personal values, but doing so in a way that is hard to access and communicate. Jung FE is focused on feelings as they relate to the object, aka the external and noticeable feelings of others, which is very similar to modern FE. Jung TE is concerned with thinking as associated with the object, or thinking in terms of objective reality as is. Jung TI, meanwhile, is thinking oriented towards the subject, which tries to reconcile with its own sense of internal logic. Carl Jung characterized Jung TE as like Charles Darwin, oriented towards the objective reality and the hardline proof involved in the theory of evolution. Meanwhile, Jung characterized Jung TI as Immanuel Kant, concerned with the mind, their rationale, and their theories. Interestingly, both Darwin and Kant are both voted majority INTP in the modern four-letter system, which is an interesting thing given the contrast between the two. That being said, all that's left is to get to these 16 examples. Before, I described Jungian TE as thinking oriented toward the object. This comes out as someone who's concerned with what they can logically prove, focused on external empirical standards. People with dominant Jungian TE hold themselves and others to the standards in reality as far as they can tell. The two examples of dominant Jungian TE are Hermione Granger from the Harry Potter movies as ETS and Erwin Smith from Attack on Titan as ETN. They both have the same preference for standards and sensical objective logic, while Hermione has a preference for the sensory and Erwin has a preference for intuition. Jungian FE is concerned with feeling oriented toward the object, aka the external feelings they can recognize from other people. This makes them adaptable to the emotions of others as a standard to follow, very similar to modern FE. The two examples of dominant Jungian FE are Monica from Doki Doki Literature Club, EFN, and Cassie Howard from Euphoria, EFS. They both pay deep attention to the emotions of others and navigate their lives accordingly, while Monica has a preference for intuition and Cassie Howard has a preference for sensing. Jungian NE is intuition oriented towards the object, aka possibilities in external reality. There's a sense of being in the flux of possibilities, not being pinned down by any particular thing. And people with dominant Jungian NE want to spend their time exploring those possibilities. The two examples of dominant Jungian NE are Jules Vaughn from Euphoria, ENF, and BoJack Horseman from BoJack Horseman, ENT. They both spend their time in flux, impulsively exploring possibilities that interest them in the external world, while Jules Vaughn has a preference for feeling and BoJack has a preference for thinking. Jungian SE is concerned with sensing oriented toward the object, aka living in the moment. Reality is taken as is directly, and life is lived accordingly. The two examples of dominant Jungian SE are Power from Chainsaw Man, ESF, and Billy Butcher from The Boys, EST. Both live their lives directly, without apologizing or mincing words, living life straight from the source. While Power has a preference for feeling, and Billy Butcher has a preference for thinking. Jungian TI is concerned with thinking oriented towards the subject, meaning how you individually and personally, rationally make sense of the world. Reality is thought about and processed from the individual's personal, subjective, logical perspective. The two examples of dominant Jungian TI are Dipper Pines from Gravity Falls, ITN, and Natasha Romanoff, or Black Widow, from the MCU, ITS. Both characters live by their internal subjective logic, figuring the world out for themselves and acting on that with certainty. Dipper has a preference for intuition, while Natasha has a preference for sensing. Jungian FI is concerned with feeling oriented towards the subject, aka the complexities of how you personally feel. Dominant Jungian FI users live in their personal emotional perspective, which is difficult to communicate and difficult to parse with the external world. The two examples of dominant Jungian FI are Peter Parker, played by Tobey Maguire in the Sam Raimi movies, IFN, and Zuko from Avatar: The Last Airbender, IFS. Both characters struggle to deal with their complex feelings about the world and their situation, while Peter has a preference for intuition and Zuko has a preference for sensing. Jungian NI is concerned with intuition oriented toward the subject. The ideas that come out of this are deep and archetypal in nature, Jung would assert. There's a tendency, because of the Jungian tradition, to treat these ideas and inspirations in this sort of mystical sense, having this sort of deep significance, and I'll leave that up to you to parse where you'll go with that. The two examples of dominant Jungian NI are Nagito Komaeda from Danganronpa 2 Goodbye Despair, INF, and Yotosuke Takahashi from Blue Period, INT. Both characters operate on difficult to communicate internal ideas that seem to have some kind of larger significance, either with Yotosuke's plans for his future or with Nagito's broad ideas of hope. These ideas are not only difficult to parse, but they're also difficult to explain for the people that hold them. In that, Nagito has a preference for feeling and Yotosuke has a preference for thinking. Lastly, dominant Jungian SI is sensing oriented towards the subject. This is the deep understanding of the subjective factor of external sensory reality that Jung speculated about. And I speculated that that would show up as a person who is deeply aware of the subtleties of physical reality. The two examples of dominant Jungian SI are Your Forger from, or Thorn Princess from Spy X Family, ISF, or Yoshikage Kira from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, IST. Both characters are aware of the sensory subtleties in their personal routines, their well-kept normal lives, and their experiences with physical combat. In that, Yor has a preference for feeling, and Kira has a preference for thinking. Okay, that's about it. I think these 10 systems are interesting to talk about as frameworks. There are a lot of typology systems, even beyond those frameworks, that I'm a bit hesitant to try and think through because they don't have votes to back them. And there's a lot of them that I don't believe in. No offense to people who are into astrology, but I don't really see the consistency behind zodiac signs. No, but we'll see where this goes. This video kind of outlines what I think these frameworks are, and I'll be cross-referencing and critiquing and fleshing out these frameworks as we go. By the end of the project, I could completely agree or completely disagree or somewhere in the middle in terms of how valid I think these things are, but this whole channel is going to be about the exploration. So until then, thanks for watching.